All right. Hello. Happy Friday, I think. Yeah, it's Friday. Um, Welcome to this. This being part 25 of of what it is. Um, Quarter of the way to 100 parts now. Uh, the longer this goes on, the more often I'm able to manufacture a sort of an arbitrary milestone. As the numbers get larger, they start to correspond to, more obviously meaningful things. So yeah, 25, something to celebrate. What this is, though, is me writing a WebAssembly interpreter in Ruby. I'm doing it to have fun. I'm doing it to demystify WebAssembly. I'm doing it to share how I do it. I want to have fun. That's more important than making something that's functional, by which I mean something that actually properly implements the WebAssembly standard, which is large and intimidating. I want to write correct code, even if it's at the expense of it being fast. I want to prioritize clarity over cleverness. I want to do it in pure Ruby. I want to do it with no dependencies. I'm so far managing to do those things. So onward. As brief as possible, a retro before I get started. So over the course of the previous session, I feel like I made some progress on actually understanding how WebAssembly blocks are supposed to work. I'd sort of cobbled together most of the relevant control flow implementation a long time ago, many streams past. But the tests for if and block, and especially for loop, forced me to think about what's supposed to happen to the stack when you branch out of a block, and yeah, specifically how that is different depending on whether you're branching out of a loop versus branching out of a sort of a regular block or a conditional. So yeah, now I feel like I've got a better grasp on that. I mean, I think, to be honest, my main reflection is that all of that cobbling together has made a little bit of a dog's dinner of the with branch handler method in the interpreter. So I'd like to go back and clean that up to the point where it at least makes sense, and I didn't do that last time. I'd also like to find a better name for that method if possible, because with branch handler was a bit like, that was a name that I came up with because I didn't know what else to call it, and I didn't really know what that method was going to do. But now I feel like I've spent enough time mucking about with it that I have a slightly better sense of it. So yeah, that's something potentially that I could do this time. I also remembered when I was sort of reflecting on this and going back and looking at the code, that there is a very similar but slightly different thing that happens when you use the return instruction to effectively branch out of a function body. Very similar to when you just use a branch instruction or a conditional branch or whatever to branch out of a block. So I haven't touched that code, so I'd like to revisit that and see whether my sort of recently improved understanding of the operational semantics of blocks and their control flow can help me there as well. But I mean, overall, I'm glad that I finally got a grip on all of that block stuff instead of just sort of refusing to look directly at that part of the spec, which was my previous approach. So yeah, I think that went quite well. I'm quite pleased. Like I said, one of my goals here is to sort of demystify WebAssembly for myself and to improve my understanding of it, and I do think I've done that now. I mean, the main thing about last time is that I added 7 more test files to the parsing tests. So now we've got loop.wast, load, memory, endianness, fac, that sort of factorial implementation, forward, and unwind. So that's great. That feels really good. It's really given me some momentum and enthusiasm, and it makes me feel like I'm making progress. Like just knocking those off the list and feeling like, well, that's another thing that's working, is really good for my sort of, my motivation, basically. I mean, the only thing that I'm aware of is that I'm skipping a lot of the assertions in those files because at the moment it's only assert return and invoke that I support. And really, I need to start thinking about things like assert trap and things like that. Like things, even if it was just that one, you know, the assertions that check that an exception is raised. I haven't thought at all about how that should be, how exceptions should be modeled, or whether I should just do it with Ruby exceptions or whatever. So haven't really thought about that at all. So I might want to come back to that. But otherwise, you know, I think just having support for assert return and invoke is enough for me to be, you know, it's like the tip of the spear that lets me chip away at having a basic implementation of more and more WebAssembly features, more and more instructions. And I'm sure there's stuff around the edges that I'm not finessing because I don't have the coverage of things like when it's supposed to raise an exception, but I don't mind that so much. I think just being able to keep making forward progress is the main thing. So yeah, I think overall I feel good about that. I did get a bit stumped by some of the tests for the block stuff. Well, specifically the label shadowing issue that I spent about 10 minutes just kind of scratching my head about last time and not getting anywhere. But that's okay. I basically ignored the problem. Well, actually, I opened an issue today while I was reflecting on this. I thought, right, I'm going to go and open an issue on the WebAssembly spec. So I'm fully expecting the response to that issue to be, you don't understand the WebAssembly spec, but that's fine. Because what my issue is, well, I'll show it to you in a minute. But my issue is, I don't think the spec is very clear. So I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that I didn't understand it, which is objectively true. So if their response to that issue is, we don't care that you didn't understand it, then fair enough. But at the very least, I've sort of thrown the, what's the expression? Kicked the can, thrown the ball into somebody else's court. It's not my problem, is the point. But anyway, despite that, I already feel like I've made really good progress this year, and I'm, you know, leaning into the idea of saying things about this year, because really that refers only to the last, 6 days. But yeah, so far, you know, 6 days into the year, I've already made 7 test files start parsing. So I'm averaging more than 1 per day, which I think is pretty amazing. Finally, when I was thinking about what I did last time, I realized that, well, what I chose to do last time, I kind of got caught up in the momentum of resolving the cliffhanger that I left for myself at the end of last year around sort of having got 2 out of the 3 structured instruction tests passing. And then last time I was just like, well, I really want to pick up this 3rd one and get the loop test passing. And I think that was the right thing to do, because otherwise, you know, it would have been bad for me to have allowed that momentum to dissipate from the previous session. But it meant that I didn't think about, like, what would be a nice way to sort of start the new year on this project. Like, how do I, you know, it's a time of renewal and, you know, New Year's resolutions and all that kind of stuff. It's like, how can I take advantage of that in like picking something to work on this project? But, you know, now that I've thought about it, it's pretty obvious that this would be a good time to sort of pause and basically clear the decks, you know, so that all of the kitchen surfaces are clean for whatever I end up doing next, you know, whatever bits of implementation I choose to pick away at next. So although I'm loath to lose the momentum that I built up in the previous session with getting plenty of tests passing, I do think I'd like to prioritize cleanup for this session, since the list of miscellaneous cleanup is getting really long. And frankly, I'm a little bit embarrassed about basic stuff like, you know, the files for this project are not in a lib directory and things like that. Like, I feel like I do want to take one pass through my to-do list and try and do some sort of basic hygiene. And even if it's just dealing with all the boring low-hanging fruit, then I still think that's, you know, I still think that would be a nice position to be in, so that, you know, starting the new year, I feel like, okay, well, now I'm going to move on to implementing something major, and at least I'm not standing in the middle of this sort of bomb site of all of this mess that I've made. It will allow me to feel slightly more, sort of psychologically centered when I'm working on stuff, rather than, it just being a disaster area. So that's the plan, basically. I haven't really thought about, exactly what that cleanup is going to look like. But, it's my intention. So let's get into it. Oh yeah, before I forget, I was just going to show this. Or what was I going to show? This. Yeah, so like I said, I opened this issue 3 hours ago, as you can see. And yeah, I just saying that I actually found there are a couple of existing, all of this stuff is very old. This is going back to 2016. That's the person saying the spec doesn't say if label name reuse is allowed or not. And then I think a bit later in 2016, yeah, halfway through the year, there was another issue sort of asking about this. So I sort of referred to both of those and said, well, there was certainly a point in the past where this was discussed. This issue 210 is quite long. Well, it's not that long, but it's definitely got some back and forth about how should it work? What should we do here? And then, yeah, there was this pull request that actually added what, as far as I can tell, this was the first test that showed that it was okay to have one block inside another block that reuses the label, that shadows the label. And I think I didn't spend any time tracking the sort of genealogy of this particular test as it trickled down for, this was also 2016. So yeah, I didn't dig through, 7 years of history to find out whether this is indeed the test that was causing me the problem. It definitely had a different name, but it had roughly this structure. But yeah, but you can see in this pull request, they changed the executable tests. There's no change to the content of the specification. And so that's essentially what I'm saying here is it looks like there's a side condition in the spec that says you're only allowed to extend the identifier context with a new label if that label is not a member of the existing labels that are in this that are in the identifier context here. And so that would seem to preclude the possibility of prepending a label here that already exists inside the identifier context. And then I said, secondarily, there's this well-formedness condition on identifier context that says it's well-formed if no index space contains duplicate identifiers. And so that also made me a bit suspicious. When I was writing this, I think I talked about this a bit during the stream actually, but when I went to write this, I went and sort of checked, okay, this defines well-formedness. It doesn't anywhere say that identifiers are always well-formed. This is just a property of identifier contexts. And then when you actually look in here and look for mentions of well-formedness, it's really only in a couple of places. You can see there are a bunch of results for it here, but so there's an example like this where it's saying oh look, here's a new identifier context we're making that contains all of the, this is all of the names of the params in this type use. So if you're, it doesn't matter, but this is a case where if you're using a specific type, you're allowed to repeat the content of the type here and give names to all of the parameters. You can't name the results, but if this is a function type, you're allowed to say, I want to call the parameters X, Y, and Z. And then this side condition here is just checking that you've given unique names to all of those. And the way that it expresses that is that it says, if we were to make, in fact, it says we do make a new identifier context here, I prime, but it says that new identifier context just contains all of the names of the parameters that you've invoked here, and that has to be well-formed. So and there are a couple of other places where well-formedness, here it says, ensures that the parameters do not contain duplicate identifiers. There are a couple of other places here, here all the names of all of the locals in a function definition has to be well formed. So, and at this level, at the level of a function definition, I think, no pun intended, but I think by definition, you can't have any labels in scope at this point because labels are only introduced by sort of expressions inside the function body. So this is an example of a place where like this well-formedness side condition doesn't really have any force because yeah, even though the incoming identifier context here, so in the identifier context where you've put the function definition is fed into the type use, and that produces, as a synthesized attribute, it produces I prime, this new identifier context. I don't think that that would have any labels in it anyway. In fact, I guess type use doesn't appear to even, I prime here doesn't even contain anything from the original identifier context. So, I mean, that seems wrong to me. But I'm prepared to accept that I've just misunderstood how that works. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that it seems like well-formedness is only wheeled out on 3 occasions. So it's like checking that all of the names of local variables are distinct, checking that the names of all the parameters are distinct. And then here, this is like, how do you compose all of the module fields together? Well, you have to, this is some constraint on the well-formedness of, like, you can't have duplicate identifiers in any of these index spaces, but label isn't one of them. So the point I'm trying to make is that I think I was over enthusiastic in my interpretation of how important well-formedness of the identifier context was, because looking at this, I think when I saw here that there was a definition of well-formedness, I was like, oh, well, obviously all identifier contexts have to be well-formed, but actually I don't think they do. So, and I sort of tried to summarize that in here. I sort of said, like, it's a bit counterintuitive that something called well-formedness is actually only necessary in some very sort of very limited circumstances, and the rest of the time you can kind of go nuts and have duplicates in these, which I hadn't previously appreciated. But I think this issue of the side condition saying you're not allowed to synthesize a new identifier context that's got a label that already appears in that identifier context, like, that seems problematic to me. So I'll see if anyone replies to this. They probably won't, but at least it's not my problem anymore. So I'll shut up about that now. That is all dealt with. Let me clean this up and get rid of all the stuff I've already done. And then we can take a look through this and see what, if anything, I want to try and do next. Yeah, so I did add some... I added some things here, actually, while I was going back, and you just run the tests and make sure that everything's working. That's kind of usually what I do, isn't it? I added some stuff here because there were things I thought of after I finished the stream. Well, maybe I'll start. I'll just get started with branch handler. Oh, I want to go to the definition of it. So I should have said this in the retro. Like last time, I really did make a real pig's ear of changing this method, because I don't know why. I'll blame it on, sort of post-Christmas slump or something. Like, I really just wasn't thinking clearly at all about how this code works and what it does. And so I was just pretty arbitrarily moving stuff around. At one point, I put some extra code in, like here. I don't know what I was thinking, that was not the right place to put code. Yeah, overall, I just wasn't thinking clearly. So I did have a couple of thoughts about this method, and one of them is, how much of the block do we want to redo in this method? And what I mean by that is, yeah, I mean, some of this is Ruby's fault, but 90% of it is my fault. That just like, I wasn't thinking about what block this redo expression redoes. Like, because what I want it to redo is this. And, you know, this is a block, and I don't know. I think my brain had just, for some reason, that, you know, there's no defense for this. It doesn't make any logical sense. But in my earlier days, I was just like, well, this redo here redoes this block here, and that's what I want. But me wanting that does not make it so, because this redo here actually redoes this block, this block inside tap. And I mean, the only reason I use tap here is because I couldn't think of a better, you know, it doesn't matter what the method is here. I just want a way to syntactically be allowed to have a block, because redo only works inside a block, and you can't just make a block. You have to pass it into a method, or rather, I don't know how to just make a block in Ruby such that it can be redone. And actually, it feels like things like redo, the implementation is like, I don't know, it feels like a little bit janky to me. Like all of this, or really what I mean is, I don't properly understand, like, under what circumstances are you allowed to say redo? And yeah, I mean, I'm in self-defense, I'm characterizing that as jankiness, but of course it's at the implementation level completely well defined. It's just that I don't understand it. So I don't understand when you're allowed to do this, and my kind of solution here was to put it inside a call to tap, because tap is a method that sort of does nothing, or rather all it does is evaluate the block and return the receiver. So I want this block to be evaluated. I don't care what this method returns, so self is as good as anything else. So like, this was a little bit of a hack. Anyway, this call to redo here redoes this whole block, and actually that's not what I want. So this question here is slightly facetious. The whole point of this code at the beginning is that this is like one-time setup. And so I was actually a little bit horrified when I realized that when we redo this block, we actually redo the one-time setup, and it is just fortunate that it still works, because this thing is supposed to be measuring the stack height when we entered this method. So when we entered with branch handler, I want to record the stack height one time essentially, and decide the branch arity. We're actually doing this every time around the loop, I think. So this redo here, we remeasure what is the stack height that we want to restore at the end. And now, of course, because we do restore the stack, and we do this messing about with the number of parameters that the block has, and because, I mean, there's a sort of a complicated chain of inference here, but because we only use the redo when redo on branch is true, and because when redo on branch is true, we use the number of parameters that the block has to be the arity of the branch, and then because that is the thing that gets that's how the stack gets adjusted when we do throw, it all comes out in the wash, and I think everything just happens to work. But that's, like I said, a sort of a complicated chain of inference that nobody should have to go through. So in summary, this code shouldn't be here, it should be here. And it was very silly that I ever put it inside this block, but I think I just wasn't thinking about it. So I believe that this better expresses what I mean, which is when we enter this method, first I want to calculate, you know, at the point where the block was entered for the first time, I want to calculate the stack height. I mean, this was harmless, but it's just like this whole expression is invariant over however many iterations of this block we do. So it was silly for it to be inside the block. So, well, you know, both of them are invariant actually, but the reason why this is invariant is quite subtle and depends on understanding what's going on here and what the result of this is when redo on branch is true. So it's, I think overall just way better for me to just pull it outside of the block, which is really what I meant in the first place. Before we enter the block for the first time, measure, like decide how big the stack, decide what the stack height should be when we finish, and decide what the arity of any branch that happens inside that block is going to be. And then down here, we just redo and we don't repeat any of that work. Now, having just said all that, I obviously need to run the test to check to see whether this is actually right. But I'm almost certain that essentially this has the same behavior as what I had before, except it makes more sense. So I think that's probably a win. We make a new tab. Okay, yeah, that worked. So let's do that to get started. Move stack height and branch arity calculations out of block in with branch handler. And then I'll just say, I never intended for these to be inside the block, which can get, well, which gets redone if it's a loop body. Well, let's say, which gets redone if it's a loop body. And it's only sheer. Well, it's not really luck, but I'll just say it's fortunate that the code ever worked. Hello, welcome. Again, I'm going to try Yasha. I think that's how you pronounce your name, but hello, welcome. Thanks for joining me. Yeah, I never intended for these lines, let's say, these lines of code to be inside the block, which gets redone if it's a loop body, and it's fortunate that the code ever worked. Well, let's say it's fortunate that the code worked even with that unintentional design. It makes more sense for the stack height. Oh, excellent. Okay, I'm glad I'm saying it correctly. Thank you. It makes more sense for the stack height and branch arity to be computed once at the start and not repeated for each potential loop iteration. So let's make that. So let's do that instead, basically. Okay, good. I think I've dealt with that. I said I was going to do a pass through this, but actually the few things here that I put here recently are all sort of at the top of my brain. So I think maybe I'm just going to churn through these before I do anything broader. In fact, looking at this now, I didn't add this as a to-do, but there's another thing that bothers me about this, which is I think this is another case of me just not thinking about it properly. This is the way that I'm detecting whether a branch has happened is unpleasant because it's I mean, it's fine, but it's unnecessary that I'm relying on this sort of in-band signal, by which I mean this block here, the return value is either going to be the payload of if branch was thrown. So if there was a throw branch with some kind of payload like this, then that's going to be the result. Or it's going to be this magic value did not throw. And then I'm using that to check to see whether the whether the symbol was thrown. But I mean, this isn't a problem in practice, but what it means is that if I threw the branch symbol with the payload did not throw, then this code wouldn't work properly. And like sometimes you've got no choice but to do this sort of in-band signaling like this because you literally have no other channel through which to communicate that information. But just looking at this code with fresh eyes, it's completely unnecessary because I can do whatever I want here I don't need to return a special value. I could, well, like the most obvious thing to do is just set a local variable, which is something that this throw is not able to do. So it's outside of the influence of whoever's throwing something inside this yield. Like, so I think I should be doing that. I think making the result here do double duty as like, well, it's either did not throw or it's the payload of the throw is not good. So let's just, while I'm here, let's improve that. So I think the way that I would do it is that I would say, I want a boolean here that, what do I want to write here? Here I should say like if branched, because this is hard to understand as well. So really I should say like if branched, then we do all of this stuff, right? Like this is the branch handler. So we only want to do the branch handler if branching happened. So here what I'm going to do is say branched equals true. So we'll begin by assuming that it did take a branch. And then all I've got to do, rather than returning a value here and smuggling it out in the result of this block, all I've got to do is just say, well, what I've got to do is assign. What I've got to do is assign the local variable. And the reason I'm hesitating slightly is because now this is going to become the return value of this block. So let me just think about this. In fact, do I even care about this, the return value of this yield? Not really. I mean, I guess maybe this is the nicest way to do it rather than this, because like this will mean that the result of the yield is just always thrown away, and maybe that's fine, but it's actually sort of slightly nicer to say that depending on the value of this branch boolean. So branch starts out as true. If the block that we're yielding to ends up throwing, specifically throwing the symbol branch, then termination of this, yield will sort of end early because the termination of this block, the execution of this block will be terminated and will fall through to this conditional. And in that case, branched will still be true and result will not be the return value of yield. It will be whatever we threw here. And conversely, if yield sort of completes normally and we execute this, then branched is going to be equal to false. The return value of yield will be in result. So there could be an else here that's like else make use of the result of yield. But there isn't. But I think this is sort of nicely hygienic in the sense that result is always something meaningful. It's always either the result of the block we yielded to, or in this exceptional case where we actually branched inside that, it's the value that we got back from branching. So that's, in this case, that is the index of the label that we're branching to. So now I've sort of separated that concern out and said, well, we're going to separately track whether we have taken that branch or not. And again, in a local variable that's not available to the code inside the block. It's not lexically, within this this block here. That feels a lot nicer to me. And again, probably easier to understand when you look at this code for the first time. And I'm sort of liberally using things like tap and then because I feel comfortable with them, and maybe that does make it a little bit inaccessible. Maybe the really polite thing to do here is like result equals yield, branched equals false, result. But the thing is, when I look at code like that, my brain just sort of rewrites it to this. This is more natural to me, where I can see that this yield, rather than having to sort of thread the data flow through here and say like, well, yield goes into result and then result comes out here, I find it easy to just look at code like this. Some of my prejudice leaking through, but I think that what I'm trying to say is I'm not trying to sacrifice clarity for the sake of cleverness here. Like, I really, to me, this is clearer because I'm comfortable with the use of tap. But I suppose I should just acknowledge that, you know, not everyone is, and so that might be confusing. But I think I prefer this, so I'm just going to stick with it. Anyway, instead of yammering away like this, I should be running the test to see whether it actually works. It really isn't important whether it's clear or clever if the tests are failing, because that is something that we in the trade call wrong. But I think that's going to work, unless my understanding of Ruby is really bad. It turns out today my understanding of Ruby is good enough. So what's this? Use a separate boolean to detect whether a branch has happened. Previously, we were using in-band information from result to decide whether the catch block had completed successfully or not, which worked fine for now, but was a bit messy and hard to understand. Instead, we're now assigning false to an initially true local variable if the block completes successfully, which I think is easier to understand. And also happens to be robust against pathological cases like throw, branch, what's the magic word? Did not throw. Okay. All right. I feel better about that. Here I've said, I mean, again, my hobby is answering my own questions. Is there a better name than with branch handler, e.g. as block? Because now I feel like I better understand what this is, which is that it's, you know, what we want to do is evaluate this expression, but we don't want to, which is the body of the block or the body of the loop or whatever, but we don't want to just evaluate it. We want to evaluate it as a block. And I mean, the fact that what that means is that we have to install a branch handler around it. I mean, the reason I called it this is because this is the sort of dead simple, it does exactly what it says on the tin kind of name, which is sort of my go-to strategy when I feel like I don't really understand what I'm doing, because trying to give something a slightly more high-minded name that sort of tries to express its purpose or under what circumstances it should be used, it's only possible to do that if you properly understand what it is that you're trying to do. And certainly at the time when I wrote this, I didn't properly understand it, but I feel like having spent a little bit more time with this method, I feel like I do better understand it now. And I think maybe the right way to characterize this is that it is, it's, you give it a block and it evaluates that block, Ruby block. It evaluates that Ruby block as a WebAssembly block, which basically means just evaluating it, but with this extra ceremony around unwinding the stack, deciding what the arity of that branch is based on whether it's a forward or a backward branch. Again, I'm still not very happy with this redo on branch business. but nonetheless, yeah, I think a better name is in order. I suggested as block. Again, I haven't tried that on for size. I mean, it could just be called block, but maybe that's weird. So how does this feel? As block do, as block do, as block do. Yeah. I mean, it... The thing that's interesting about this is that I just like flicking through all of these uses of it, you can see that it's always used in the same way, which is to evaluate some expression. So actually, I mean, I'm not sure I want to go down this rabbit hole right now. Maybe it's okay for it to have these sort of composable building blocks rather than sort of specializing them for a particular purpose. But what this makes me realize is that maybe the code I want to write here is like evaluate block, body, type, locals, you know, and then instead of having as block that can take an arbitrary block, that can take an arbitrary Ruby block, it's actually just saying evaluate block, and here is the block. This is not a Ruby block. This is the WebAssembly expression that I want to evaluate as a block. And if I had this evaluate block method, I could use that in all these other places. You know, I need to do this redo on branch. So that's interesting. Should there be a specialized evaluate block method instead of as block with an arbitrary Ruby block argument? I'm not sure. I think for now, by which I mean for this commit I'm about to make, I think I am going to stick with this name because that seems okay to me. I think it's an improvement. I think it is a little bit clearer. But yeah, perhaps it would be even clearer if it was combined with this evaluate expression. But I'll think about that separately. I'll run the test just for the sake of it, but I find it very hard to believe that this is going to have broken it. There's no one else, obviously, tries to call that. I mean, I'm hoping that these are all private methods, right? Yes. Okay, well, it's all fine. So let's say rename with branch handler to as block. I gave this method simple does what it says on the tin name. Let's say I initially gave this method a simple does what it says on the tin name because I didn't really understand when or why we would be calling it. I now feel like I've got a better grip on what it's for, and I think a name like as block better communicates its purpose, better communicates that purpose. While doing this renaming, I noticed that as block is always called with a Ruby block, which does nothing except immediately call evaluate expression. Which suggests perhaps the two methods could be combined into something like evaluate block. I haven't decided whether that's a good idea yet. Okay. I might come back to that. I mean, I suppose there's... Actually, it's interesting that they all... Oh, I was going to say they all have to call expand block type. Is that true? This one doesn't call expand block type. Or rather, we need the type. What's arity for here? Oh, it's so we can pop the argument values off. And stick them in the locals. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so the calling convention here requires us to... I was just thinking like, oh, I could actually just push... I could actually push this in as well. I could say that the type here could just be a type. Well, what does expand block type do? I think it looks up a type index mainly. Types. Oh. Yeah, okay. Expand block type looks up the index in the type definitions, because that's what these indexes are referring to. Whereas here, oh no, this looks them up in the same place. So actually, sorry, I'm getting a little bit derailed here, but actually this makes me realize that there's another thing that I could fold in here, which is the type here could actually just be a type index, and then the job of expanding the block type could be done inside as block, or could be done inside this sort of hypothetical evaluate block method. I think I'm actually going to, now that I've realized that, I think I am actually going to try this on for size and just see how it feels. So if you've got expand block type and you've got as block, then that allows you to write evaluate block. And what does that look like? It's basically this. So this takes a type. It takes a body, or really it's an expression, and it takes some locals, and it runs the type through expand block type, because this type thing here is, it could be one of two things. It could be an integer or it could be an array. So it's either an index into the type definitions, or, well, at the moment, it could be an array of results, which can be 1 or 0 of them. And this is the thing I was saying last time, that instead of the AST containing this sort of weird array of results, maybe it should just contain this type, this instance of type here. But anyway, that's a separate problem. So anyway, we pass in a type that gets expanded, and this is like per the language specification. So we expand the type. Well, I mean, I guess we could do this in line rather than reassign the local variable like that. So then we call, rather than sort of trying to, I can keep these composable pieces, but what I'm doing with them is writing this evaluate block method. So it's like I expand the type by looking it up, and then I evaluate this expression with the locals provided. And then I think all of these places where I'm calling as block, well, let's look at these ones first because these are easier to understand. I think I can just say evaluate block body, hold on, I'll make this a positional argument. I'm not quite sure why. I guess because this is the primary subject of the, what is this block that I'm evaluating? It's this positional argument. I feel like one of the many things that this project is forcing me to do is to try and think about, like, do I have any principles about when arguments should be positional versus keywords? And I think the answer is no, not really. But this is one of the things that I keep gravitating towards, is like, if this method is dealing with one thing primarily, then that can be like the only positional argument. And then these things are sort of providing kind of metadata, or like they're slightly less important, but they're no less required. Yeah, I'm not sure whether I do have any principles here actually, so that's slightly concerning. But anyway, I'll just go with what I'm doing for now. So here, the expansion of the block type and the locals, and the provision of locals to the call to evaluate is just all being done by evaluate block. This is exactly the same? No, so this needs... Yeah, this is a bit gross, isn't it? I actually, to make this work, I need to be able to pass redo on branch through. And it needs to default to false, because I'm always going to provide it here. Quicker to type it. Oh, come on. Okay. See, I'm sort of repeating the default value of redo on branch there, although given that I'm now the only caller, or I'm going to be the only caller of as block, maybe I can get rid of the default there. I mean, I remain uncomfortable with this boolean argument. But that's, I'll think about that separately. So what does this look like? And then here, if I think is just this. Type locals. Yeah, and then I think it's sort of okay to have this local variable for body here. Yeah, I'm just sort of revisiting my expectation of this being a positional argument, but it doesn't matter, does it? I won't get hung up on it. It's easy to go back and change. So firstly, does that work? Like, let's just look at the change. Yeah, I mean, I am definitely expecting that to work. Let's see whether that expectation survives contact with reality. I have to resist the temptation to say looking good so far, because I don't think any of the tests have exercised it. Okay, now they have. All right. So that's okay. So what about this? What about this? So this would be evaluate block. Function.body, that's the expression we're evaluating. The type is function.typeIndex, because even though I've already looked it up in order to do the calling convention stuff here with the stack contents, evaluate block is expecting a type index. I can't give it just an instance of a type. And actually, maybe that's something that would come out in the wash if I made it so that the AST either contained an instance of a type or an index, then expand type would have to support you just providing a type here, in which case I could just use the one that I've basically already expanded it here. In fact, arguably I should be calling expand type here, but I don't really need to. The purpose of expand type is to be able to deal with those two different situations of what can be stored in the AST for a block type, whereas here a function always, I believe, is always you always have to make there's no special case. You always have to make a type def and you have to insert the index that refers to it. So this is always going to be numeric. So we don't need the support for two different argument types, which is what expand type gives us. So yeah, anyway, I'm just going to pass in the index there because that's what it's expecting, and the locals. So does that make sense? So I'm evaluating this block, I'm evaluating the function body. Here is the type of it. Here are the locals, which I've literally just cooked up there. I mean, again, I would sort of expect that to work. Just give it a second. If anyone wants to buy me a 10 times faster computer to run these tests on, then I would definitely accept it. I don't have any moral qualms about accepting that. So if you're a mysterious benefactor who wants to buy me a Mac Studio, please do. So, all right, well, I think I can commit that. So let's just say extract, evaluate, block helper. And I'll just say this wraps up the pattern of, what is it? Expanding a block type and then evaluating the block's body with a branch handler. I'm keeping this separate for now rather than integrating it directly into, what was it, as block. But if it turns out to be the only caller of as block, it might make sense to combine them. I think this might also be the only caller of expand block type, right? Yeah. Likewise for expand block type. On the other hand, there's something to be said for keeping methods short and focused, even if that means there's a lot more of them. Okay, well that's very indecisive of me, but yeah, I think I'm okay with that. What can I do about this redo on branch situation? Oh, I don't know. I just don't know what to do about that. I mean, I think at the very least I can remove the default from there so that it's not being repeated. But like what I'm thinking about but not saying is, should this argument be different? Like I remember back when I first introduced the use of redo here, which was at the suggestion of Chris Zeta, thank you, Chris, I did think about calling this argument something like jump direction, because it really, this is another situation where like there are really two options that are sort of equally valid, and using a boolean to represent the choice between two different things is like a bit hacky. Really, if your application supported English and French, then really it feels like what you should do is have a setting called language that takes two different values that represent English and French, rather than have a boolean called is English or is French, and then the other one is just, and false is just the other one. And I feel like I'm in that situation here where it's like, well, there are two equally valid ways of dealing with the branch, and I'm just sort of crowbarred them into a boolean. It doesn't matter, does it? I would like to make this nicer, but I think I'm becoming distracted by something that's not very important. So again, if I wake up in a cold sweat with a better idea about either what to name this parameter to maybe give it two distinct values rather than true and false, branch direction or something like that, then I will do that. Or indeed, if I can think of a way to nicely separate this out into two different methods, but for those two different jump directions. But I think I've made that more difficult now by making all of the calls go through evaluate block, because now evaluate block just has to take an argument that would just choose which of those two implementations of as block to call. So anyway, yeah, not important is what I'm trying to say, although I'm saying it at such length that I'm making it sound like it is important. Okay, let's say remove redo on branch default for from as block. And let's just say we have to give this a default in evaluate block. Oh. Well, we don't have to. I'm pausing because we don't have to. I chose to give this a default in evaluate block, which is just repeating the default from as block, and I don't want it in both places. So I'm removing it from here. Overall, I'm not happy about the name or even the existence of this argument, but right now I don't have any brilliant ideas about what to do instead. If any brilliant ideas occur to me in future, I'll come back to it. Okay. So I suppose I've answered this. Yes, there should be, or rather, there is a dedicated. And I suppose I've answered this as well. Is there a better name? Well, there is a different name. I mean, I think now that I've done this, it makes this much less important. And in fact, maybe it was a mistake to rename it. Because now this is the thing that you call, and then this low-level piece that is adding a branch handler around some Ruby block, this would have been a better name for it. But I think I'm just going to leave it for now. The last question here is, do we need both of with branch handler and with function? And that, I think, is a good question, because with function, is it called something else? Invoke. Oh, with current function. That's what I meant. I meant with current function. Well, and I mean, that's not a very well phrased question, but I suppose the actual question is like, it feels like this is doing a slightly similar job. This has got a catch. And then where does this actually get thrown? Oh yeah, down here. Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about this. So this is another piece of cobbling together where I guess I added a piece of state to the interpreter that is like the current function. And then this with current function is just one of these helpers that assigns, it does a sort of scoped assignment of that function to this attribute so that this everything inside this block is able to retrieve the current function. And I think the only reason I'm doing that is for this, is so that we can, because when you do a return, you have to leave the right number of results on the stack afterwards. Although here you can see that this stop at activation frame is because I don't know. This is wrong, right? We shouldn't pop stuff off the stack until it's empty. We should unwind the stack to the point it was at when the function was called. So that's what I mean by the activation frame, is at the point where the function was invoked, what was the depth of the stack? And I don't know that at this point, so I've just hacked it and said empty the stack entirely, but that's clearly not right. But I think the only reason we need this piece of state is so that we can look it up, look up the signature of the current function here, the type of the current function. So yeah, this was all hacked together in a bit of a daze. But now that I look at it, I don't think this is even the right place for this to be. I think this, by analogy with as block, all of this handling should not be done by the throw. It should be done by the catch. You know, well, that's how I've decided to do it here, is that like this is the code which yields to a block, and then it catches a specific symbol, and if it catches that, if that catch is actually used, then we do the stack discipline that's necessary. And I mean, this is definitely going to eventually happen. It's just like, where is it going to happen? Because we might rethrow this one to an enclosing block. But here, we're doing it before we throw, which I don't think is important. Like, it just has to be done at some point. And actually, I think it would be much easier to do this work at the point of catch, because rather than having to smuggle the function through here in the interpreter state, which I obviously just did in a panic because I wasn't thinking about it, But again, now that I've calmed down a bit and I'm not in such a panic to get this working, I think this should be done on the other end. Like, we should have a similar setup here. So yeah, this isn't quite what I was intending to look at, but I think this code can go here instead. And I think I need the same setup again, right? I need like returned equals true, and then here returned equals false. Let me just think about this. I realize this is another sort of tap situation, but nobody cares about the return value of this, so I'm just going to leave it like this for now. Like, we're just ignoring the return value of catch is what I'm saying. So it's completely pointless to worry about whether the result of evaluate block is important or not, because it's going nowhere. Although actually that's not true, is it? Because previously this was the return value of invoke function. I think it doesn't matter. I think invoke function itself doesn't have a useful return value. Again, you know, unless the caller cares about this, but it doesn't. Invoke function is just a side effect, right? We don't care about the value of it. So I'll try to not get derailed by that for a second. So let's say we keep track of whether, I mean, maybe it's because I, you know, again, in my panic, I didn't have this technique at my disposal. The advanced technology of assigning to a local variable was not available to me at that point. But now that it is available to me, I can just make all this conditional. If returned, do that. Does that work? Yeah, I just commented it out. If so, then that's very interesting, because all of this with current function business, just to make function available here, is unnecessary because I already have function. That's the argument to invoke function. So I could just get rid of with current function if this works, which would be great. Yeah, it does appear to work. Well, I think that's a meaningful change just on its own, to say, well, let's take it in stages. So this one is like move return handler into invoke function. And then I'll just say, this is a more natural place to deal with. This is a more natural place to unwind the stack if necessary, because it mirrors the way we handle stack unwinding for branches. As a bonus, I think we no longer need with current function, because this code now lives in the same lexical scope as the information it needs, i.e. the function, i.e., you know, what function we're returning from, which is a pretty strong signal that this is a better place for it to live. Well, I was going to foreshadow what I'm going to do in the next commit, but that seems a bit over enthusiastic. And the thing that I was going to do in the next commit is just remove this with current function, because I don't think it does anything anymore. Let's see. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we're happy for function here to refer to, well, I think actually it already was referring to the argument of this. Yeah, because of the way that Ruby works, this use of the word function would only invoke the getter if there wasn't a local variable in scope here called function, but there is one because it's the argument to invoke function. So I think it was already doing nothing. Yeah. So I think this is just remove unnecessary use of with current function. The previous commit moved the code moved the return handler to a place where there was already a local variable called function. Well, let's say already a function local variable in scope. So the use of, so the previous call to the function getter was no longer being used. The only purpose of the with current function method was to update the value of that attribute so we no longer need to call it here. That'll do. And I wouldn't, and I think that was the only use of it. Let's see, with current function. Yeah, so I can just delete that. And I think I can also, and I might as well in the same commit, because there's no point slicing things so thin that they dissolve. I might as well get rid of the attribute as well. So yeah, I think that commit would be, well, let's just check. But I think if that's correct, the commit will be remove unused with current function and function attribute. Remove unused with current function method and function attribute. Yeah, okay. And I don't think I need to narrate the purpose of that because they're unused. And so it's self-explanatory why I've removed them. And the previous commits explain the context. So it definitely feels like there's something that could be extracted here, but let's think about it first. So the first thing that, in terms of cleaning up the code here, I can see that this type here is just the same. We've already retrieved the type, so I don't need to do that. So this is something like remove unused, well, remove pointless reassignment to type in invoke function. Yeah, that seems to, I think it would have complained by now if that was doing anything useful. Yeah, I don't think it is. Okay. And then the other thing is this stop at activation frame. So previously I had no way of doing this because I didn't know what the correct stack height was. But now I can do the same thing as I was doing in asBlock, which is I can remember the stack height. So here I can just say, well, where's the right place to do it? Probably not there, because this modifies it. But I think I could do it like here. And say stack height equals... what do I want it to be? It's going to be difficult to get this right because... Well, not difficult, but I'm just going to have to wing it because this to-do is detailing an imaginary problem that is not currently... that's not currently causing a problem. I mean, is there... Do we have a test specifically for return? Because it feels like what we're quibbling about here is the semantics of return. But am I already running that? Yeah. So, unfortunately, at least the assertions that I'm currently running here are not enough to detect the problem. These are all just validation failures, even if, you know, if I'd implemented assert invalid. These are all examples of it failing validation. I can't see an example of... Because what we would need is an assertion that calls a function A that calls a function B, and B would return, and then A would return, and it would somehow be important that the stack hadn't been emptied by B returning, because at the moment the B returning would just completely empty the whole operand stack, including whatever A was expecting to still be on that stack, because it was none of B's business. But yeah, anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that this is not a problem that is actually... Like, if I change it to something else that is also wrong, I won't know that it's wrong unless I make it worse. But this sort of suggests to me that nobody cares in the current test that I have. So I'm not quite sure. Well, I'm just going to have to think about it. What do I think? Oh, this is sort of interesting, isn't it? Because this calculation here is saying... Oh, this is really interesting. Like, this is thinking about what the stack depth will be after the inputs have been consumed. And that's exactly what this is doing. So it's almost like... It's almost like I could put asBlock around this, because where I copied this from was inside the asBlock method, which is already doing this. It's already remembering what was the original stack depth. So this, you know, if I'm going to do this subtraction, then this code should be at the beginning here, because the reason we're subtracting the number of function arguments is because, well, I mean, it would need to be here, right? After we've found the type, is because we're then going to pop that many values off the stack. And so that tells you what is the actual stack height that we should be returning to. But that's just the same as normal block semantics. I'm in danger of confusing myself here, so why don't I just... What do I want to do here? In fact, look, that's what arity is being used for. What I'm thinking about is whether there's a nice way to just reuse the code I already have, but unfortunately I don't know that there is. Oh, but maybe there is. Okay, I'm gonna take this in stages, because firstly, let's just leave it like that. Let's say we're measuring the stack after we're measuring the stack after all of that stuff has been popped off. And then this can be we can just use this instead, because this is always doing the right thing. So rather than completely emptying out the stack, we're just returning it to its previous height. This really is just exactly the same code now. Okay, well, at least that's got rid of a to-do. So that is a slight improvement. But now it's very tempting to try to take advantage of the code that I already have that does some of this. Okay, well let's do it a step at a time. I mean, even if I stop here, I've got rid of this to do. Let's say correctly unwind stack after return. Let's say we were previously emptying the entire stack whenever we hit a return inside a function, but that's not right. Well, let's find the part of the specification that says this. I think maybe it's inside here that does a sort of narrative. Oh, let's forget that you mustn't click on the navigation here. That is wrong. Use this navigation. This is the really specialized knowledge that you get from working on this. So yeah, the return instruction is a shortcut for an unconditional branch to the outermost block, which implicitly is the body of the current function. Taking a branch unwinds the operand stack, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, actually, this doesn't say anything special about return at all, does it? I think maybe it was, because I remember seeing something about this, and I think it was probably in here. Control instructions. I think there's probably a return in here somewhere. Yeah, I think this is probably the best representation of, because this actually talks about activation frames explicitly, even though I don't have them, or I don't have reified activation records. I just have the the Ruby call stack. We were previously emptying the entire stack whenever we hit return inside a function, but that's not right. We should only unwind the stack to the point. Let's see. Yeah, we should only unwind the stack as far as, it's really hard to word properly. Like, what I want to say is we should only unwind the stack to the depth that it had when the function was invoked. Now that we're doing the unwinding inside invoke function, we can measure the stack height at invocation time and then restore that same height upon return. Okay, that'll do. I just want to think briefly about whether there's a nice way for me to reduce some of this duplication. I think... Okay, I'm just going to think about this. If I was able to call as block with a type what does that do? Let's just copy this so that we can see it in the... Oops. That's not what I meant to do at all. It's this one that I wanted to comment out. So the reason I'm interested is because it does all of this. And it takes care of this. So if I just told it the function type, it already has the logic inside it to compute the stack height based on the arity. And then I would need to do this inside here. I'd need to say, here's what we're going to do as a block. Because I want it to remember, I want it to compute the correct stack depth. So I can't do this first. I've got to... When it hits the inside of as block, it's going to compute the correct stack depth by looking at the current depth, and then it's going to assume that this code here is going to consume this many items from the stack, and I can make that true by doing this, right? So I can do stack.pop arity there. Then I can set up the locals. Then I can do this. So this is the actual evaluating the function body. But then how do I... I mean, what I want to do is trigger this piece of code. So, I mean, it's really quite yucky. But I feel like the easiest way to do that is just to throw. If I branch with 0 here, if returned, then I think, oops, wow, Vim's just not doing what I was expected, but I think that's just because I'm doing the wrong thing. So actually, let's see. If I comment all of this out, oh, see, I do need to look up the type here because I need to know the value of arity here. So this is type parameters length. But then this needs to be function type index. Yeah, this is all getting a bit, all this stuff with the type index is all getting a little bit messy. You know, the reason this is a problem is because hold on. Oh, no, sorry. My brain was not working right. I was thinking that it calls expand block type, but it doesn't, of course. That's only if I say evaluate block. So here I have to... So here I do actually have to provide the correct block type. Yeah, this is a bit confusing. I don't feel very good about this. But for now, I think this is right. So I say I want to do this as a block. So i.e. I want a branch handler. And again, maybe if this was called with branch handler, that might actually be clearer. So I'm gonna think about this. Is as block really still a clearer name, or should we get rid of it? Or should we go back to with branch handler now that evaluate block exists? Anyway, it's fine. I know what it does. So we provide the type, which we resolved up here. Then I get the argument values by popping them off the stack. That's how we get the locals. And then that gets provided to evaluate block here. And then if we return, if the function body, I mean, if the function body branches, then that's fine. The existing branch handler will deal with it. But we have this sort of special thing here which says, well, because it's a function body, it can do a different thing, which is return. And like the spec said, return is a shortcut for an unconditional branch to the outermost block. So that's, yeah, which implicitly is the body of the current function. So that's sort of what this is doing, is it's allowing return to be a shortcut for throwing branch. And I mean, I suppose that does create the question of like, well, why isn't this just throw branch 0? And the reason is 0 does not mean the outermost block, it means the innermost block. So if this return is happening inside an if that's inside a loop, that's inside a block instruction, it's not going to bust out of all of those to return from the function. It's only going to bust out of the innermost block. And we don't know what the index of the outermost block is. You know, it could be 0, could be 3, could be 300, right? So at this point, we don't know, which is why we've got this special payload, this special symbol called return, which allows us, well, which allows evaluation of the function body to bust out of, if there's a return, it can bust out of as many nested blocks as it needs to reach this catch. And then if that happens, at that point we say, oh, we're branching to the innermost block, because at the point where when we throw this, the innermost block is the function body. So that's a lovely story that I've told, but is it correct? As block missing. Instant regret. Okay, well, that was very clever of me to remove that, wasn't it? Okay, well, hoist by my own petard very quickly there. Okay, well, we haven't tried return yet. If return.wast passes, then that will mean something. Interesting. Okay, so that's good. Can I just, for my own edification, see what happens if I do make this throw branch 0? Because what I want is to see that that doesn't work. Because then that'll be a vindication of the confident sounding explanation I just gave. Which might have just been total nonsense. I mean, nothing I say is true until the computer says that it's true, right? Come on, computer. What do you think? Oh, yes, sorry. I was like, oh no. But yes, that is actually what I wanted. Failed successfully. Okay, great. So that's good. I am vindicated. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna commit this because I think this is sensible. I'm not happy about the type index type expand block type situation. But I think this is an improvement because I'm now reusing. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, I mean, it's not hugely more beautiful, but the benefit is that this work to unwind the stack and this work to, well, it's all the stack unwinding, right? It's like the remembering of the correct stack height and the recreation of the correct stack height, that has gone away because that is done by asblock. It's just this is making me rethink the wisdom of having this evaluate block because it's created this issue about expand block type, you know, something that felt... I slightly jumped the gun in extracting this helper, and you'd think that after so many, well, not only years of programming, but also having already made this mistake several times already in this project, that I would have been able to resist the temptation to do this, but because I saw so many uses of asblock that all had exactly the same pattern, I was like, oh, I can just wrap this up inside a little helper, and then no sooner have I done that, I've now introduced a different use of this asblock helper, which, yeah, somewhat undermines the value of this. I mean, it's not terrible. It's not terrible. It's just not perfect either. But maybe somewhere on that continuum between terrible and perfect is sort of where I should be aiming for on this project. So maybe that's all right. Maybe that's all right. So let's... Okay, how am I going to explain what I've done here? Basically, this is use as block in invoke function. You know, use as block to unwind the stack in invoke function upon return. In fact, I don't think I need to say within invoke function because this is the only place where that happens. Use as block to unwind the stack upon return. Yes. And what I'll say is the invoke function method was repeating the implementation of stack unwinding. It was remembering the original height of the stack minus the function arguments, and then restoring that height if a return instruction executed. We already have the code to unwind the stack in the as block method, and we can reuse it here by simulating a branch whenever a return occurs. I'm going to link to this part of the spec because I wish I could link to this paragraph of the spec, but this will have to do. In a way, this is slightly hacky, but in another way, it corresponds closely to the specification, which says well, I'll just quote it, shall I? Minus the Ajax. Not Ajax, MathJax. Different kind of Jax entirely. By detecting a return, well, let's say by catching a return at the body, by catching a return at the outermost block and converting it into an unconditional branch to the innermost, to the now innermost, i.e. zeroth. How do you spell zeroth? Well, that's not very helpful. Alternative spelling of zeroth. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. And converting an unconditional branch to now innermost, i.e. zeroth block, we're providing exactly this shortcut. So that's absolutely fine. I'm just going to editorialize a bit and say this new caller of the asBlock method is making me slightly regret the introduction of evaluate block, because we now have a different way to use asBlock, which slightly undermines, which undermines the earlier observation that it was always being called or always being used in the same way. There's also now a weird impedance mismatch between type indexes and types. We have to look up, or we end up, well, we look up the function type twice to make it available in two different places. I can't immediately see a nice way to deal with these problems. Maybe I'll end up reverting the creation of evaluate block altogether, but it's still useful inside the invoke function method, so that's not necessarily correct either. Needs more thought. Okay, that's the best I can do right now, sorry. I'm just thinking about whether there's anything else I can do to clean this up while I'm in here, but like maybe this is, I mean, this is already quite an improvement on what was there before in that it is probably correct now. And there's just less code there. So I think I'm just going to leave this for now and like not worry so much about my discomfort, and the fact that I've had to specify the redo on branch argument here is sort of adequate punishment, I think, for the fact that I haven't thought about this properly yet. So although I could just go and reinstate that default and then I wouldn't have to specify redo on branch here, I'm going to sort of intentionally leave it there as a little pebble in my shoe for later. I would like to get rid of it, but you know, this default shouldn't be reiterated in multiple places, and I moved it from one place to another, and I'd rather just live with it, just live with the fact that it is somewhere, and at the moment it's somewhere that doesn't help me here, so I'm just going to leave it at that. I think it would be worse to have to specify it explicitly every time we call evaluate block, because evaluate block has got more callers than as block does. I just wanted to check. Yeah, I suspected as much. As I was adding this footnote here, I got a sinking feeling that I'd added a footnote here without actually referencing it, which was in fact true. So let's just fix this. It was, I mean, it's implicitly there, but let's make it explicit. Okay, good. Okay, I'm glad that there was one neuron in my brain that realized that that footnote should be referenced somewhere. Okay. So I think, do we need both of with branch handler and with current function has sort of been answered in that with current function is now gone. I am reusing some code here. Another thing I was hesitating over was that I've got a little pattern here. In both the places where I use catch, I'm doing essentially the same trick, which is have a local, well, let's look, it's like this. You know, I don't know what the names of these things are, but basically it's like catch bar, yield. Oh, this is do. Yield, tap, do. Core equals false. Well, let's say, sorry, it's the other way around. Core equals true. Well, let's call it through. Through equals true. Through equals false. Well, and then this is result. Well, sorry, I'm changing my mind about how to structure this. Stop changing your mind. Then do result. So the yield will return a result, or we'll get a result from it actually throwing. The Boolean will tell us whether it actually threw. Either way, we get this result. And then here I can just return result through. And so what this is going to do is give us the value that came back from either yielding or from the payload of the throw. And then we're going to get a Boolean that tells us which one of those things happened. In fact, maybe I can do better than this, because I think it's true. In this case, I don't care about the return value at all. No one cares. So I was just thinking about how would I use this here. I would have to just project out this second argument, because no one cares about the result. And in the other case, in as block, we only care about the result if it threw. So actually these two are sort of coupled together, aren't they? Where it's like if it didn't throw, then who cares what the result was? I mean, we don't use it. So I wonder, is there a way... I'll stop this in a second, but I'm just wondering, like, is there a nice way that I can wrap this up? Because essentially what I want to say is, if it did throw, then we want to signal that, but we also want to signal the value that it threw. What happens... What is the return value of catch if nothing was thrown? If there was no... Oh, yeah. Or nil if no second argument was given to throw. Sorry, I'm just thinking about what's a nice ergonomic way to do this. Like, what I'm getting at is that really what I would like to do here is just say returned equals foo return do evaluate block. Like here, I would really just like a Boolean. So that I can say this. essentially that. But down here, yeah, so I sort of want it both ways, don't I? I sort of want this to be, well, let's do this. Let's just do the simple-minded thing here. So this is going to get the result, which I don't care about, and this thing that tells us whether it returned or not. And then I'm going to throw a branch if it did return. In as block, I'm going to do something slightly different, I think. So this is going to be result and branched equals foo branch do yield, I think. I mean, I feel like this is starting to get away from me now, because this is actually not super clear, basically. So it's starting to get into the territory of like, well, it's clever, but is it at all obvious what the hell is going on here? I mean, I sometimes like to experiment with things like this because it can be hard to see whether you've got a nice, tidy way of wrapping it up until you try it. So it does work. I don't know how tidy it is. I mean, the upside is that I've encapsulated this pattern of using a local variable, because this is a little bit of a hack, you know. The local variable will keep track of whether it has thrown or not. Maybe a little tighter if I do it like this. Maybe these uses of then might not be doing me any favors. I thought it was going to make it nice and tidy, but maybe it's more confusing than helpful. Likewise, I think having two different block styles here is not doing me any favors. Sorry, I know I'm just noodling now, but I'm sort of, you know, using this as a way to think out loud, basically. Actually, do yield here is not. Can I just do this? Do I need to name that block argument? I could say proc new here. Yeah, okay, so I need to say we take an anonymous block parameter. And then rather than making a new block that all it does is call the old block, I can actually just pass that block through verbatim. So maybe that's good. Problem is, if I don't have two separate results from this, then I'm back in that sort of in-band signaling situation where it's like, I could make it so that foo just returns something. Oh, no, I was going to say it could return something truthy if a throw happened, But again, what happens if the throw had a payload that was the value false? I need to get the result. I need to get the payload out of foo somehow. And so if I'm always returning the payload as the truthy thing, there's no guarantee that the payload will be truthy. And of course, if it's missing entirely, then I'll get nil, which will be indistinguishable from it not having thrown. So what do I think about this? So this is, again, if I write this slightly more nicely, not nicely, but less trying to be clever by using then, it would be like that. The only other way to do this, I think, is potentially even more complicated, which is to pass in a handler into foo here. So rather than have it return a boolean, I could have a sort of, I could take a proc here as an argument that's like, that is the branch handler. Is that a silly idea? So it would be something like that. So I wouldn't care about the return value. Well, I guess this would actually... Maybe this is the way to think about it, that it's like... No, I mean, this is starting to feel too complicated. For the benefit, which is it's just saving me assigning to a local variable, I can't, again, if I could have stumbled into a nice tidy way to wrap this up, that would have been nice. But it doesn't feel very nice. What would it look like down here if I did this? I'd have like this whole thing here would be my on-catch handler that would take an argument that was the result. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those awkward situations where I really want to provide two blocks to this foo helper. One of them is the thing to immediately evaluate, and then the other one is the sort of the handler for if it catches this thing. And unfortunately, Ruby doesn't have a really nice way of doing that. And I mean, of course it can be done, but I think I'm getting into diminishing, well, you know, this is how you do it, but I feel like I'm getting into diminishing returns for how much am I really saving versus how much more difficult does it make the code. You know, if we look at what I've stashed there. Yeah, I mean, I think this is, now that I look at this, I think if I mean, obviously this is all it's in a weird state where it's half finished, but I think this is the sort of thing that if I saw this commit or a version of this commit that was finished in a pull request or something, I think my feedback would probably be something like, you're only doing this local variable thing in 2 places, and in both cases it is relatively clear how it works, and you can do local reasoning. You can just look at that chunk of code and you can kind of see how it works. But now what you've done is to replace that with something that is much harder to understand, and it's not worth it. So I think the cost savings there is not worth the cost. So I'm sorry, that was a bit of a waste of time, but I'm gonna not do that. So what do I want to think about? Be more principled about identifier context, well-formedness. Yeah, the reason I put this here was because of the observation which I made, that actually I'd overreacted to the idea that an identifier context has to be well formed. And what I mean by that is that when you look in the AST parser, I've actually baked it in as part of the definition of adding identifier context together. This raise is a well-formedness check, and I've had to make it exclude the label's index space, because an identifier context by this definition is not well formed when one label is shadowing another. But actually, I think that was overzealous, because there are only a few places where well-formedness matters. And so I think I'd be better off checking for well-formedness in the places where it matters, rather than doing this weird workaround here. So let's do that, because I think that improves I think that means that the implementation is more correct. So this is fundamentally the implementation. It would be nice if I did a toot about this. It would be nice if, like, what I'm having to do here is turn this data object into a hash and then call merge on it, because hash merge has got this very nice feature where you can give it a block, and the block deals with, so this is exactly what I'm doing, right? You can say I want to merge 2 hashes together, but rather than having, if there's a collision here, if there's this bat key that would have been overwritten by the value of the bat key here, instead I'm going to customize that overwriting behavior and turn it into, in this case, integer addition. Then you get, 6 plus 3 added together to make 9. And it would sort of be nice if with did that as well. If here I could just say effectively self.with. So with other do key left plus right. This is what I would actually do. That would be great. But with doesn't work like that. And I mean what is it? Ruby.social. The way that you would fix it is by refining. Oh, was this Christmas Day? Wow, I was having a good one. Well, it was 6 p.m. on Christmas Day. So I was saying here, well, if you just refine data such that it will take a block, and then if you provide a block, it does this, it just delegates to merge, then you'd be able to just write this. Do I want to do that? It's pretty tempting, isn't it? Not right now. But maybe afterwards, it is actually quite tempting. So, okay, let's think about this. That removes the well-formedness check. I mean, I guess, let's say, let's do this. Let's extract a predicate here that tells you whether one of these things is well-formed. And so it's no longer going to be asking a question about the intersection of two. Well, in fact, it's not going to be raising an exception either. We want to know if there are any duplicates in any of the members, apart from, at this stage, type defs and labels. So what I want to say is what's the easiest way? See what I want to... What I'm thinking about is what's the easiest way to check for duplicates in an array? You know, if I've got no duplicates, A, B, C, and then I've got duplicates, A, B, A, C, how do I tell the difference between those things? Well, the simplest way is to ask whether, because you can call unique on, you know, on this, I can call unique on it to get a version of it with all of the duplicates removed. And in this case, that's the same as what I started with. Whereas if I take one that's got duplicates, it will not be the same as what I started with, because when you remove all of the duplicates, you get a different array. But that's a little bit... Do I know a better way than that? I mean, unfortunately, I don't think I do. I mean, I actually only even want to count the... I don't even care about the values of them. I just want to know how many unique elements there are. Okay, well, let's say... all right, sorry, I'm blathering here. I want to get all the members. I want to take away type defs and labels. Wow, that was a very optimistic autocomplete. And I want to ask for all of them that's just going to give me the names, right? Yeah. So how do I programmatically get the... If I know the name of a member, how do I fetch it? You can't. You have to just send the message. There's no... Because I think with struct, yeah, you can access it like this. But Yeah. Okay, well that's not useful, is it? Maybe I just need to use to hash then. That's a shame. Is there a... There's no way of just iterating over them. There's no each. No, it doesn't look like this includes enumerable. I mean, I was very enthusiastic about this class, but actually now I can see that it's it's extremely limited and maybe too limited. Yeah. Okay. That's unfortunate. I mean, I guess I can deconstruct it. But then I don't know. Well, no, I mean, calling deconstruct keys is a bit cheeky, isn't it? No, that's not how that works. Okay, okay, fine. So let's just say okay, so what does, I mean, this is unnecessarily complicated for something that should be very simple. Like, I just want to ask, is it true that for all of these, there are no duplicates? You know, and I suppose what that is type defs, labels, include key. Yeah, let's spell it out. They're not charging me by the letter. I did that non-joke last time. Type def labels include key or value unique length equals value length. That's it, isn't it? And then here, well, you know, something like this. Maybe I'll do this with a tap because I'm going to want to remove it later. Raise unless result well formed. Like this is at the moment what I'm trying to do is make a sort of just do a refactoring. So rather than checking for well-formedness during the merge, I'm allowing it to always just concatenate these, because that's really what this addition operator is on records in the WebAssembly spec. And then I've separated out this notion of well-formedness, and at the moment I'm still baking it into the addition operation, but my intention here is to then remove it and say, well, now we've just got this predicate available, and we can, instead of raising every time we combine two identifier contexts, instead I can raise selectively in the circumstances where we care about the identifier context being well formed. I mean, is that code even, I don't even know if that's syntactically valid Ruby. I mean, that's raised a lot sooner than I was expecting it to. What has happened there? Let's just see what has caused the problem. Oh, I forgot about nils, didn't I? Oh, damn. Okay. Okay, so this condition is more complicated. Well, let's say, oh goodness. Yeah, I mean that'll do. That'll do because this will ignore nils in the uniqueness check. Not very beautiful. And the fact that we've got these sort of I wonder if I could just reject them first rather than have it in a... Yeah, I think that might be better actually. Basically, this. Is that how reject works? Yes. Okay. So does that still work? I think so. Yeah, I mean, I don't love it. Is this an improvement over what I had before? I don't know that it is really. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe this is just easier to read. Again, slightly less clever, but you know, it allocates fewer hashes and it's potentially easier to understand at a glance. So maybe I'll just leave it like this. It's the reason I wanted to do this was so that I didn't double compact this thing. And, you know, what I could have done is just taken the values and then I could have mapped compact over them and then this would have been... Yeah, I mean, is that better? I don't know. I'm just messing around now, aren't I? None of this is real work. This is just trying to get things off my plate so I don't have to worry about them anymore, but so this could just as well be one of these, couldn't it? Because there's now little enough in it. Maybe that's okay. It's not brilliant. I mean, of course, I could just nominate the... rather than computing the list of members, I could just name them here. I could just say get the types, functions, globals, locals. But I think as I add more stuff to the context, I'm already having to repeat myself here. And I think having to remember to update this well-formedness condition is the kind of thing that I'm going to forget to do. So maybe it's better to leave it like this. Okay, well, look, I didn't intend to spend this long on this. Let's say extract context well-formed helper from plus. I don't think we actually want to check well-formedness every time we combine two contexts, but that's what we're doing at the moment. So this is the smallest change. Well, let's say this is the smallest step towards changing that. Okay. And in fact, could this... I think I'm just going to change this to be... Well, am I? We certainly don't need the key anymore. So I think that belongs in that commit basically, but moving the checkout into that method means that we don't need the key. So now where did we want the well-formedness checks? Because I think that's the thing to do, is to now take this raise and less result well-formed and move it to the places where we actually care about well-formedness. And then once I've done that, I believe I can remove labels here, and this can just become key equals type defs. Which will make everything a lot nicer. So here, this is type use. Okay. Okay, parse type use gives us a type index and also the parameter names. What happens to the parameter names? I mean, yeah, annoyingly, the parameter names here is just an array. It's not, even though here it says the synthesized attribute is, yeah, I mean, this is exactly it. The synthesized attribute of the type index is an index x, which might have been done by looking up a symbolic type identifier in the identifier context, and an updated identifier context. Well, it's not updated. It's just a new one that contains locals. I mean, maybe that's a nicer way of doing it. So where does this get? So we're inside a function definition here. let's see what the, because maybe that's a neat way of organizing it, basically. So, yeah, I think this is the thing that I was, or it was something similar to this that I was confused about before, because what this production is saying is when you find a function definition in some identifier context I, then you resolve the type use in that identifier context I, and the synthesized attribute of that is going to be a pair of the type index x and this I prime. And then I prime is what you compose with the locals in the function definition. So here, this I prime is the thing that's the locals from the type use. So it gives you all the locals that you get from the parameters of the function, and then we concatenate onto that the locals that you get from the local definitions, and then that's what you evaluate the body of the function in. But you've lost the contents of I, because this production I is just the empty identifier context. See, I just don't think this, I don't think this is right. I mean, I'm not going to worry about this too much, but is there a mistake in the spec about, well, about how the initial identifier context is preserved or not in function definitions? E.g., if we don't preserve the names of all the other functions inside the module, we can't call any of them, or we can't resolve the names. Oh, functions don't have names, do they? Oh yeah, they do. They've got IDs. That's what the initial identifier context uses. We can't resolve the names of functions being called inside this function's body. I'll link to this. So, I mean, I realize this is slightly boring language lawyering, but I think it is germane because we've got to understand where the well-formedness applies. Like here, it's saying that the thing that's well-formed is the identifier context that only contains the names of the parameters here. And then I mean, I suppose I've just got to, the spec is not going to help me because as far as I can tell, it's wrong. Or, my understanding of it is wrong, but that's what it means for it to be as far as I can tell. Similarly here, this well-formedness condition, it's just looking at I double prime, which it says is the composition of the locals we got from the type use and the locals we got from the locals declaration here. So it's that this thing here is asserting that this is well-formed. Raise unless locals context is well-formed. But then, well, see, I'm already doing, I remember I've already complained about this before. And at the time, what I said was, screw it, I'm just going to compose this locals context, this thing that it's calling I double prime, that it says that you use to parse the body of the function, is clearly not suitable for parsing the body of the function. You can't just compose the local names from the type use with the local names from the function definition. These instructions can refer to identifiers other than those things. It can refer to stuff elsewhere in the module. And this production just doesn't appear to acknowledge that. Yeah, the definition of the local identifier context. This is just sort of disregarding anything other than locals. Yeah, unless there's some aspect of this production that I'm misunderstanding. So this is okay. Raise unless locals context well formed. Again, this says the updated identifier context. Like, either the type use synthesizes an updated identifier context. Let me say this here. The type use production says it returns an updated identifier context. The type use documentation, or the type use spec says it, but the associated production creates a new one, ignoring the old one. Maybe this is the wrong part. But again, if we're asserting the well-formedness of a larger identifier context, not just this basically empty one that only contains locals, then we would need to worry about any labels that were in the identifier context. So I think for the purposes of this, what I'm going to assume is that it's this that's wrong. I mean, here it calls it the local identifier context I double prime. But then maybe by that it doesn't mean local variables. It might just mean local to the function body. Okay, well, I'm just going to go based on... Yeah, I mean, this spec is forcing me to just make stuff up. And I think I'm going to think about the fact that this says the well-formedness condition on I prime ensures that the parameters do not contain duplicate identifiers. Okay. Then let's assume that the identifier context we're returning here is just the locals. So, okay, I'm gonna do the checks that I can do, which is this one. Like right now, I don't have a context. I could make it so that parse type use returns an identifier context. and perhaps I will. But right now, where else am I doing parse type use? In parse block type. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm checking it there. Well, that's essentially this check. Here I'll just say raise unless parameter names compact length equals parameter names. Compact unique length. Oh no, forget it. That's too much hassle. I'll just put a to do check well-formedness of, well, why don't I just say raise unless context new locals parameter names well-formed. So this is kind of a pointless identifier context that I'm making here, but at least it does check that constraint in the place where it's supposed to be checked, which is here. And although this doesn't say well-formed, I think it's fine because all of these are empty. So those are ignored by the well-formedness check. So this might as well say have I prime is well formed as like a side condition of this whole rule. So I think it's okay for me to just do it down here rather than what are the options here? If index nil, oh, this is the, yeah, okay, this is the stuff that generates the type def. Yeah, it's easier to just do it for the whole thing down here because this if index nil thing is like, I mean, why is this even in an else if? I'm not sure I understand my decision to put an else if here. Oh, is this an abbreviation? No, maybe not. So if these are all empty, so this is, oh, I can't understand this. There's a problem. It's a problem that I can't understand it. But just going back to what I was trying to achieve. Here we're checking that the overall context is well formed, which is in the function. So that's good. I'm checking it there. I am now checking that the parameters don't contain duplicate identifiers, even though I'm sort of then throwing away the identifier context when I could just be returning it. But that's a separate change to make. And then where else do we care about well-formedness? No namespace contains duplicate identifiers. Right. So this is when we're putting together the module fields. Parse binary fields. And then there's a parse text fields. Yeah. And all of this well-formedness stuff is to do with text, because if it's binary, then I don't think we care. So this is the thing that with context. Oh. Oh, hold on. This is about... what is this saying? This is saying ideas, initial context. Sorry, I'm just thinking. I'm trying to understand this. So this is talking about composing the... So this is about how you make the initial... How you make the initial identifier context. That's what I is here. Sorry. My brain's just stopping working here because there's so much formality here. I'm getting lost. Like, part of the reason why I'm getting lost is that there's two different flavors of record here. There's... Oh, no, this is all just about identifier contexts. I was sort of getting distracted by this, but... Yeah, this is just ensuring that no namespace contains duplicate identifiers. So it's saying at this top level, when we create this... Right, we need this initial identifier context here in order to successfully parse all of the functions in memory and tables and stuff like that. So that's what this is saying, is that we have to create this initial context, which we do, and that has to be well formed. So I guess it's here, raise unless initial context is well formed. I mean, it should have been, I should have written that much more quickly, but I just needed to, think about the fact that this is about composing identifier contexts. I was right. There are two different kinds of record here. There's this thing here is composing all of the initial identifier contexts from each of these, which is done by, looking at each of them and saying like, well, this is a function definition, so it binds a function name, and this is a global definition, so it binds a global name, which is exactly what build initial context does. It just knows how to populate different fields in the in the context. I mean, arguably, this check could go in my build initial context. Maybe that would be more sensible. So tap do. Maybe that's the appropriate place to do it, because really this is talking about building the initial context. You have to add together all of the module fields, and you're only allowed to do that if the result of doing so is well formed. And then if that's all succeeded, then you get this initial context I. Yeah, the initial identifier context I. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. Wow, well that was a lot of squeeze for not very much juice at all. So that wasn't necessarily a good use of my time, for which I can only apologize. But I'm working through the details of, this is still the reverberations of my confusion around label shadowing, unfortunately, because I want to change the well-formedness condition to not ignore labels. I mean, of course, it will be very annoying if the response to my issue is, oh yeah, you're right, we should be excluding labels from the well-formedness condition, but I would be surprised if that's what they say. Let's say check well-formedness, identifier context, well-formedness, where necessary. Well, let's say where required by the spec. And I guess it's this whole page actually. The spec only requires identifier contexts to be well formed in 3 places. 1, when parameter names are extracted, well, let's say parameter identifiers are extracted from a type use. 2, when local identifiers for parameters and locals are extracted from a function definition. And 3, when the initial identifier context is assembled for a module. This commit adds explicit well-formedness checks in these three places, which will allow us to remove the overzealous well-formedness check from context plus. That's from the context plus method. Okay, so now I can do what I threatened, which is that. I can't imagine that's going to cause any problems. Remove overzealous well-formedness check from context plus. Per the previous commit, this is not required. Well, let's say well-formedness is not enforced to this extent. Okay, and now the hope is that I can remove labels here. This was the whole point of it. Let's see if that's true. So if this works, resume consider labels index space when deciding identifier context well-formedness. Let's just check that this is correct before I commit it. Yes. So here's the appropriate part of the spec. The spec does not exempt the labels index space from its definition of well-formedness, but I had exempted it because context plus needs to be able to create identifier contexts containing duplicate labels because of label shadowing. Let's say due to, which is just the same as because, but it's not literally the same word again. The spec does not exempt, I don't need to be so formal. The spec doesn't exempt the labels index space from its definition of well-formedness, but I had exempted it because context plus needs to be able to create identifier contexts containing duplicate labels due to variable shadowing. Now that we're only checking well-formedness in a more limited number of situations, we can it's okay to consider the labels index space again when checking. Okay. Okay. Not a very triumphant set of changes, but I am now being more principled about identifier context well-formedness, and I've got a sort of another question here for the WebAssembly spec folks, which is, once again, am I misunderstanding the WebAssembly spec, or is there actually a mistake in the WebAssembly spec? It's going to be one of the two, and obviously it's much more likely to be the former, but nonetheless, I think the question is worth asking. But I'm not going to fixate on that for now. I'm going to continue. What I would like to do, as I said I was going to, is just take a pass through this and look for opportunities to clean things up. I don't think I am going to do this for now. I think this is cleverness for its own sake, and that's the kind of thing that I'm trying to avoid. So I'll just let this, although it's unfortunate that with doesn't support this, that's just how it is. And I suspect that if I open an enhancement, if I opened a pull request against Ruby that made with support this, I'm guessing that what people would say is just call to hash and then use merge yourself. Don't try to crowbar that behavior into with. So I'm just in anticipation of that. I mean, I think, have I got rid of all of my refinements now? No, but I was going to say I'm only using refinements to add features that I strongly believe should be or are going to be in Ruby. That's not quite true, because I'm using it to add these convenience, the ability to ask a float or a rational for its sign, but that's different. Like this is integrating something that I have built into the core types of Ruby, which I think is exactly the sort of thing that refinements are intended for. I think if I was going to start refining with to add new functionality to it, I would only want to do that to plug as like a polyfill while I'm waiting for that feature to be introduced into Ruby. And right now, I don't really believe that it will be, not least because I haven't proposed it, apart from doing a single toot about it. So let's just pretend that never happened. What am I saying here? Override with in finite instead of having with sign. Why did I put that? Oh, it's because with sign is not really doing anything in most of these cases, but in the finite case, it does do something. So I suppose what I mean here is that instead of having with all of those definitions of with sign, I could just get the caller to call with. And it would have to be... Yeah, I don't really like this. I could do it. I could, if keyword arguments include sign, well, what is it? Has key? I never know what method you're supposed to use here. Keyword args, merge, rational. Yeah. You could do it, although actually it's a little bit strange, because what are you supposed to do? Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like it. It's it's weird to, firstly, it's weird to be, because what I'm talking about is supporting parsing, you know, to be able to do finite.with sign, you know, sign minus, and have it just modify not the sign actually, but the rational. I think it's unusual because this is not actually one of the members of Finite, and I think it's, although it's a nice idea to be able to provide this abstraction, I also think it's confusing because what are you supposed to do? You know, well, I suppose the confusing thing is like what should this do? Like, I'm saying I want to change the rational of this finite to be -1, and I also want to change the sign to be plus. Like, those two things are fundamentally incompatible. I can't do both of them at the same time. Whereas the whole benefit of this is that if you can't do that, you can only say, I want to update the sign of the existing rational to be what I'm saying it is. So actually, I think this is won't fix. It was a nice idea. I understand why I said that, but it was also a bad idea. I'm now just looking for more sort of clean-up-y type things. Let's say update. I've opened an issue. Let's link to that. Well, it's now 6 hours ago and it still hasn't been dealt with, so, you know, these people need to pull their finger out. Respond instantly to my confused question about the WebAssembly specification on a Friday. I'm joking, by the way. They're not under any obligation to ever respond. It has served its purpose, which is that it's not my problem anymore. Yes, there is some cleaning up stuff here. I think that this might be a bad idea. Like, I understand why I suggested this, because everywhere that we call parse index, we just have to look it up in some context. Like, parse index is always accompanied by, I mean, I don't even know if this is true. I was going to say it's always accompanied by some kind of lookup, but actually I don't know if it is. Well, yes. I guess that for whatever reason here, I've just assumed it is always... I think this might just be something that I haven't implemented yet. Like, this appears to just be always... Well, it's not even trying to look it up. So there's, yeah, something here is like we're not even trying to look up table and type indexes. I don't know if that's correct or not. Probably incorrect. It's just that I haven't needed to yet. But you can see in a situation like this, there's always a conditional that says, well, if it was a string, then look it up in context blah. Well, look it up in index space blah. So, you know, here's an example of that where it's like, if it's a string, then, you know, depending on which space it's in, look it up. Maybe it's not a bad idea. Yeah, I think maybe it's not a bad idea. Because parse index does have access to the... So it could just be in here, couldn't it? So if this said index space, I just called it space. Well, I was gonna say, like, you know, that in here we'd say you know, context.send space index index. Not that. You know, what you do is pass in a symbol here. But actually we could just pass in the... We could just call context dot whatever and pass that into parse index. So it could just be this. And then what would that look like? It would have to be something like index space equals this. Where does index spaces come from? Oh, there, okay. So these would all get removed because we'd just be pulling out the appropriate index space. And I'd forgotten that this needs to raise if it doesn't find it. So this also would be context.labels, and then we wouldn't need to do this mapping anymore. Here, context.tables, I guess. This would need to be context.types. I think. I mean, this is a little bit irrelevant because I don't think those are being looked up. No, we don't have context.types. We don't have tables right now. I think identifier contexts do ultimately have... Yeah, it is going to have tables, but it doesn't at the moment. So labels is okay. You know, this needs to be to do context.tables. fact, I'll make that nil for now. And then if we ever try to look anything up in it, it's going to raise an exception. So this needs to look in context.types. That's what it's already doing. So is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. Does that work though? Oh, what have I done? I was doing an example. Okay. Unrelated. Okay, so this is literally push context lookup into parse index. I think that's it. Not a very interesting refactoring, but it means that instead of having to, basically this is something that you always need to do. It's never okay. We want it to never be okay to return a symbolic identifier from this. Parsing an index must return a numeric index under all circumstances, and now that is what we're enforcing. Either it gets looked up in the identifier context, in the index space, the appropriate index space of the identifier context, or it was a number anyway and we turn it into an integer. So I think that is an improvement. And then there's this one place where like we're not able to do that translation yet because we're not even remembering the identifiers of tables. So if we ever find a symbolic identifier, we are not able to turn it into an index, but that's fine. This will blow up when that happens. So that's all of the rubbish I wrote there is irrelevant. Push identifier context update into parse locals. What is that? Well, let's look at, again, is this a thing where like the caller always does this? Identifier context update into parse locals. I am not sure what I was thinking when I wrote this. I can see that we do have to create a new, well, firstly we have to create this context, and then we extend the current context with all of the locals. But how would pushing that into parse locals work? I'm not sure what I mean by that. So I'm not sure what to do with that. I mean, maybe it just means that doing this work inside parse locals, like not returning the names at all, but instead adding them on to the No, I don't really understand this. And I don't know. I can't work out what I intended when I wrote this. No, I'm just not sure what that means. And it doesn't seem important, so I'm just going to leave it. I'm sort of ignoring anything that looks meatier. I'm ignoring. Remove the local AST node if we're not actually using it for anything. Are we actually using it for anything? No, it doesn't really look like we are, does it? What does the I mean, this isn't the be all and end all, but what does this say about functions? When we find a local, what's the synthesized attribute of a local? Well, it says it's just its type. We're just ignoring that at the moment. But obviously this is, we need to know the names of the locals for the purposes of this thing. So yeah, for creating the new identifier context that's got all the local names in it. So we're throwing away the type here, bit naughty. And then this local.new just does nothing. So what would this look like? I mean, really, maybe we should make this look more similar to parse parameter, because it's got the same sort of syntactic structure. I could just remove these. What does this mean? Read local. Oh, and this is just, right, the name is nil and we're just throwing away the type. Right, it's the same as this. Okay, I think it would be worthwhile to make this the same. This is just returning types. Okay, yeah, all right, let's look at this, because it's different for no reason. Parse parameters, parse results, parse locals, parse local. So it's only used, I guess as you would expect, it's only used in parse function. Now what is locals used for here? Right. But who cares about the function definitions locals? So when we I don't think those are ever retrieved. Oh, we use it to know how many there are. Right. But we could, in the same way that parameter and result are just types, we could do the same thing here. These could just be types. We don't need a placeholder object. We can use the type. And that's the change we made for parameters and results, was that they were just a featureless wrapper around a type, and we got rid of the featureless wrapper. Here, we've got a dummy object in place of the type. So hold on. Let me think about this. I think I'm going to replace it with the type, because otherwise, at the moment, this is going through this unzip pairs function, and like, if it's not a pair, then bad stuff is going to happen. So what I'll do is say, let's get rid of that change. Let's make this more like this. So we're going to read the type, and then here, instead of local.new, we're just going to, we're just going to use the type. And then here, we're going to acknowledge that this is a type, and then this is going to be type. And then I think this method is now exactly the same as parse parameter, except for the fact that it reads param instead of local. But yeah, the rest of it is exactly the same. Okay. And I think this is just going to keep working fine, because we never, all we cared about was the length of that array. We never looked at the contents of it. So I think it doesn't matter what objects we've got. I mean, obviously when we do validation, we will need those to be types, but we haven't implemented validation yet, so I don't think anyone cares. So yeah, I think this now makes more sense. And I can see it would be easy to just combine these two methods, which maybe I will do. Okay. So what did I say about stop creating instances of parameter and result AST nodes. Oh yeah, I remember these used to have the names in them as well. So yeah, I took the name out, and then I took the type out. Okay, so let's say so it's sort of a bit like this. In fact, yeah. Let's copy this. Whoops, I did not mean to resize my terminal. That's the last thing I want to happen. Let's say, so it's not going to be quite this message. In fact, it's going to be a different message. It's going to be these instances don't contain any data and have no behavior. So they're not doing anything useful except giving the function.locals array the correct length. Which is what the interpreter needs to know. We were previously throwing away the type, but we might as well keep it and store it in the array instead of a local instance, since it does the same job of giving the locals array the correct length and will actually come in useful in future when we implement verification. This has the nice bonus of making parse local almost identical. The parse local method almost identical to parse, was it parameter? So we could now combine them if we wanted to. But first, remove unused local AST node. It's only singular. Okay. Let's just check that no one actually does care, but I'm fairly sure they don't. Okay. I think I did that. Remove the local AST node if we're not actually using it for anything. Could this just be parse parameter or local? It's a little bit risky to do that because here, well, it looks like the only caller is parse parameters actually. Is that the same for parse local? Yeah. So it's a little bit dodgy because if this was parse parameter or local, then it would sort of make it possible for you to have a mixed collection of parameters and locals here. Although actually it wouldn't, because read lists would stop this kind of checks. It's sort of interesting, isn't it? Because we could make this we could make this, because I think if you pass starting with into read list, it consumes it. So yeah, if you provide starting with, it will get rid of it, and that would remove the only difference between those two methods. But that feels, unfortunately, that feels not right because of the sort of psychological constraint that we're imposing here, that when you call something like parse parameter, part of its job is to read that first string there. Maybe the answer is to, maybe it is okay, given that this checks that we only even try to call this if there is a list starting with param. Maybe that's okay, because the only problem I had with this parse parameter or local is that you don't know which you've read. But maybe it's okay because the only caller is up here, and this is checking. It only calls this when it knows that it's about to read a param, or it knows it's about to read a local. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it. So this can just be, it's still going to do a sort of belt and braces here of checking that it has actually parsed a parameter or a local. But syntactically, they're exactly the same. Do I feel bad about that? And in fact, is that even correct? So local can only be val type. What can a parameter be? Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm just thinking about what I want to do here. But I mean, I guess it is the case that these are basically the same. They've got the same abbreviation behavior, which is what I was thinking about. It's like, either you have a name and a type, or you have 0 or more types that expand into anonymous. So that's the behavior here. And I think the same thing is true of locals, multiple anonymous locals. So it's really this bit. Whatever. I'm just going to leave it like this for now. I don't think it's... I'm again getting hung up on like, what's the perfect thing to do here? It was tempting to extract this bit so that we've still got separate parse parameter, parse local, and then this bit could be shared between the two of them, and you'd still separately be sort of more strongly asserting that you were definitely reading param or reading local, but that just feels like I'm making things more difficult for no reason. This consolidates two identical pieces of code, and that's good enough for now. So I'm going to leave it like that. Yeah, look, reduce duplication between these things, although they should probably become the same function after the above task is done. So I'm gonna say that I've done that. The above task has disappeared somewhere, or maybe it's the remove the local AST node. Yeah, I think this was actually about removing the unnecessary AST nodes. So I mean, it's not quite the same. You know, results is not the same. Although, I mean, it could be. Because result is always going to be again, it has the same abbreviation behavior. It's just that it's always anonymous. But this is just a special case of the abbreviation. So actually, I think maybe we can combine the three of them. So yeah, actually, I think that's the thing to do, isn't it? I'll do this first. So let's say combine parse parameter and parse local. Let's say these methods are identical except for the token or except for the, what's the right word? Atom. Except for the starting atom they read. But because it's the caller's responsibility to make sure that these methods are only called when the correct atom is next, we're not losing anything by combining them and being a little more permissive about the value of that atom. We can't currently combine these with parse results because that has a different return type. But I may fix that in the next commit. Let's find out if I do. So here we're just ignoring the names. Or are we ignoring the types? What? Hold on. So it's names and types. So this is just, oh right, because this is a type. Okay. So who else cares about? So what I'm thinking about is what, if we did the same thing, or maybe actually it wouldn't be necessary. maybe this isn't necessary because it's only parse results. And this is the only place that we call parse result. So here we could do the same thing. You know, return the same kind of result. And then this could just let's say I mean, there's a risk that this is getting too permissive. Like, what I'm thinking about here is that it's important that it is a syntax error if you say result and then you give an ID. And I think maybe this change that I'm about to make is gonna make it allowed. So maybe how much do I care about this? I think the answer is I don't. It was a nice idea, but unfortunately I'm gonna have to muck this up somehow in order to make sure that this can never happen if we're trying to parse a result, because it's, I think, very important. Like when this, at the moment this says read, but it actually needs to be like parse val type. And so we need to force parsing of a value type when we're parsing a result. And if we're going through this conditional, then it's not forcing it because it's allowing us the option of reading an identifier. So I think it's probably better if I don't combine them, because otherwise I'm trying to fit a bit of a square peg into a round hole. So what I'm going to do is say won't fix. Introduce a nice module object in the interpreter. Oh, hold on. Let's think about this parse elements thing. In parse elements, check whether the index is a string or an integer before trying to look it up in the function's index space of the identifier context. So why am I not calling parse index context functions here? Because that seems like the right thing to do. Let's just see. LM. Doesn't work. Maybe is it in modules? Oh. Element segments. Well, where do I? So this is inside a table. Then there's this sort of inline LM, I suppose. And then it says ID So these are presumably relevant. Hold on, I think this is misleading. Let's look at tables. This is what I care about. LM, read list starting with LM. Right. An element segment can be given in line with a table definition. That's what we're looking at here. Parse table. We read table. It's got an optional ID. Apparently we can parse some integers out. Is this the table type? No, I mean, we throw these integers away, so I don't know what they're supposed to mean. And then it says read funcref. Is that the table type? Yes. So maybe it was limits was what we were skipping over here. So we're trying to read the table type here, I think. Limits. Yeah, 1 or 2 numbers. Okay, right. So a little bit more structure here would be helpful. And then, yes, this says read funcref. So yeah, it's trying to read a ref type. It reads funcref. And then it's trying to read these sort of LM, these sort of inline element segments. So I think we're in this case, table ID ref type, LM, a vector of element expressions. And what's an LM expr? Item. Well, that's a bit strange. Or maybe it's this, isn't it? Okay, it's a func ID. So this is this is the only case that we support at the moment. We don't support this thing where there's a nested, like inside LM, there's another, well, there's an item. We don't know how to parse that. We just know how to parse this, where they're function identifiers. So yeah, I see no reason at all why it shouldn't be using parse index here, and I think it's an oversight that it wasn't. Let's see. Oops. Yeah, like ideally, this is the only space where we'd be saying .index. And indeed it now is, previously was not. Okay, so let's say use parse index in parse elements. And it's tempting to go and refactor this yeah, it's tempting to refactor parse table here because it's in a bit of a state, but I will come back to that when we need to support, you know, we haven't really worked on tables yet. I think this is just some kind of bare minimum hacked together business to get us to make it possible for us to even parse the file. And clearly this elements is needed, you know, for some test that I can't remember. But doubtless I will come back to this at some point. Now, Okay, so I have done that. And yeah, there's just this kind of lots of generic gubbins down here. Oh dear. What have I got in my to-do list here? I mean, some of these are things that I don't think I'm ever going to do. But some of them I might. Sorry, I'm just reading to see what kind of variety of stuff I have in here. I mean, frankly, I was expecting to see a to-do that was just about breaking stuff out into separate files, but I can't seem to see one, because that's one of the things that's bothering me the most, is that we don't have stuff broken out into separate files. But maybe I'm just not looking in the right place. However, up here, I'm not sure. I think this is probably a good idea. Introduce a nice module object in the interpreter to wrap up the function and table definitions and memory and global state. I think that I should have that. At the moment, it's all over the place. So let's have a quick look at that. Do I really not have like a files? Oh yeah. Well, I've got break wasminna float out into separate files. Sorry, I just distracted myself. I don't understand why I did that. Okay, introduce a nice module object, yes. Okay, so yeah, this is a big mess at the moment. Currently, we introduce a nested memory class, and then we've got this evaluate script method. So this initializes a memory instance variable to nil. Well, why don't I just get rid of that? That's the first step, isn't it? That's a real relic of a bygone age, because I think that was probably the first thing that I introduced. So I think this is going to have to be self.memory, because apparently there's, like, what is this memory here? Oh yeah, okay. So this is the information in the AST. So this is saying if we don't have any information in the AST about the memory, then don't initialize the memory, but assuming we do, then we initialize the memory. We're initializing the globals. So really all of these things, everything inside here, self.function, self.tables, self.types, self.memory, you know, I think this is, I can't remember if this is what, was it instantiation that this is called, but this is essentially like, hydrating a module from the specification that we've got in the AST, this is where we should be building that nice instance. But let me finish what I was doing, which was getting rid of this instance variable. I think that's it. So as long as here I had to be more careful because there was here there's a local variable called memory. So I have to be careful not only to use self.memory when I set it, but also self.memory when I refer to it. Oh, that might apply. No, I don't think it does. Let me just double check. Inside evaluate instruction. No, I think that those are the changes I just made. So there's no rogue local variable there that's going to shadow that getter. So I think that's okay. Let's just run the test and check that it's okay. It's looking all right, isn't it? I think it would have broken by now if this was wrong. Because they all exercise. This is the kind of thing that actually does get exercised by everything. Well, not necessarily the memory, actually. But yeah, it looks good. Okay. So this is replace memory instance variable with memory attribute. Okay, and then, like I said, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? Because syntactically, it's quite hard to say module in Ruby. I mean, how true is that? It's quite true. Okay. Yes, of course, it's special syntax. I know that, of course. But I'd forgotten. Yeah, because it introduces... Yeah, because it is like namespace related. It's not just a... Yeah, of course. It defines a constant, and everything about it is magical. It's not a method that you call. You don't say do after it. It's just special syntax. So I just have to accept that I can't just say module anywhere. There's nothing stopping me making a class called module. Oh, well, if I'm in a namespace, that is. Which I'm not at this point. Yeah, I'm just thinking through the implications of having a... I mean, obviously, I do already have a class called module here that is the AST node. So did I do something? I must have included the AST module. Yeah, I do. I might change my mind about that. What was the point of setting that instance variable to nil? I suppose it was just to clear it out across multiple invocations of evaluate script so that we didn't inherit the previous invocations memory. But obviously it's initialized to nil anyway. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit distracted by thinking about namespaces here, which maybe I shouldn't allow myself to do. The problem is we want... How bad is it? If I don't include AST here, what are the... how much of this is going to be a total nightmare? I think the answer is rather a lot. Well, I suppose I can still qualify it here. That's still fine, isn't it? So if I do have a local here, if I say module equals data define, then hopefully that doesn't cause a problem. So yeah, this is what I want to do. Yeah, and I think this will be okay, because actually I forgot I am inside the interpreter class here. So I am inside a namespace. So for now I can get away with this. So here, instead of having memory stack functions tables globals types, I think that is all of them. Memory stack functions tables types globals. Yes. So let's say we move these into this class. And then instead we have can I call it module? I just have to say self.module everywhere. Yeah, so do I want to get into that? Or I could just call it current module. I think I'll do that for now. And then this will be self.current module equals module.new memory is nil, stack is empty. I mean, by definition, I guess everything else is empty, right? Like, that's the way it would have been. No, let's just say the current module is nil. Sorry, that's silly. Oh, hold on. Does the stack? I haven't really thought about the stack, but actually, I mean, I just lumped that in, but that's not, at the very least, it's not part of module initialization or instantiation or whatever the right verb is. You know, this thing does functions, tables, memory, globals, and types. So I'll put these in the same order, because then it sort of matches up with what we get from the AST node. We get rid of the self.memory. We leave the stack out of it, although that's effectively like current stack, but let's not get hung up on that. And I suppose all of those, we're just remembering the information from the AST verbatim. I mean, at the end, I just want to instantiate I'm just trying to think about how to do this from like a Ruby perspective. What's the... Let me just stash this for a second. What I'm thinking about is the fact that it's sort of inconvenient that I've already got all these local variables now. Because what I want to do is assign all of the right things to all of the local variables, and then right at the end, I want to say like module.new and pass in all of those locals that I've built up. Because unless I want to make an empty module and then incrementally populate it using with, which is sort of silly because it doesn't make sense for a module to be in that kind of half created state. I should just instantiate it once I've got everything I want to put in it. But it's actually not super convenient that these are all in locals. So maybe the change I'll make here is to do this. Like, could it just be like this? So functions, that's fine. Tables, that's fine. Memory, oh yes. Like the point of this is that I'm now, so this doesn't need to be self-dot anymore. Oh, yes. Okay, that's fine. So I've done the memory globals. So this is mod.globals. Yeah, that's it. Types. That's fine. Datas. And yeah, I just can't call it module. So this is basically eliminating the local variables in order to free them up for that change that I was trying to make just then, which I couldn't make because, well, I could have. I'd have had to give all of the local variables silly names. Whereas this way, I mean, it's almost tempting to just call this M. No, it's okay. Mod is that more misleading? whatever. Literally doesn't matter. Classic, just quibbling over the names of things. So this seems to be okay. And yeah, I'm only using self for setters, which is as it should be. So let's do that. Is it useful giving it that alias, or should I just refer to it as command? Have I got any other sort of forbidden, like have I used underscore space anywhere? No. You know, sometimes people will just use like underscore as a suffix so that they're allowed to call things module or class or whatever. I'll leave it like this for now. So this is like stop binding module AST node attributes to local variables during, what is it called? Instantiation? Maybe that's not what it's called. Allocation doesn't seem right either. Oh no, okay. The execution semantics primarily defines instantiation, which allocates instances for a module and its contained definitions, initializes tables and memories from contained element and data segments, and invokes the start function if present. Okay, well, let's, for the purpose of this, let's call it instantiation. And this is, this makes it easier to use those names for new local variables containing the results of each part of instantiation, so that we can wrap them all up into a new runtime module object. Okay. So now, is it possible for me to do that? Well, like, how about this? So now, these can all be locals. Self.memory equals memory. Globals. And then what was the order in that AST? Module, functions, memory. Functions, memory, tables. Globals, types. because that's the change I want, is to make it so that this is just assigning everything to locals. I mean, I guess for these three, it's really not worth it. So functions, tables, and types. So yeah, it's like doing the tricky stuff, and then everything else it can just read. Well, yeah, I think actually I kind of like having them all in locals like that, because it makes it easier to change what we do to compute them. Right now I am just copying this stuff. I'm not sure that that's necessarily correct. And in any case, what I'm thinking about is I want to be able to write module.new functions, memory, tables, like rather than having a mixture of inline stuff and not inline stuff. So I think just having them all in locals so that I can just do a simple instantiate this data class is probably a little bit tidier. And the fact that I've had to create sort of semi-unnecessary locals for that is not a big problem. And it's easy to change that later. So what do I want to say about this? Yeah, okay. So this is like store module components in new local variables during instantiation. This is in preparation for wrapping these up into a single object. Okay, so now obviously we've got some merge conflicts, but I think this is closer to what I want. So now we can be more explicit about what class we're talking about. Functions, tables, memory, globals, types. Current module equals nil. Functions, tables, types. And then memory. And then globals. And then here, this becomes self.currentModule equals module.new functions, memory, tables, globals, types. So that should be making the new module, and now I've just got to chase down all of the places that were expecting those old accessors to be there. So yeah, stuff like self.functions, that can be, well, let's just say anyone who was saying self.functions can say current module.functions. And this, I can see there's an opportunity here where like this detect here can be like, we can have a getter on module that knows how to retrieve the right one. I'm just going to run the tests and fix the problems. So hard to see the actual line number where the error is because of how Ruby draws these. Whoops. Unintentional peek behind the Vim curtain there. What's this problem? Current module? Yeah. Okay. Everyone who's talking about types, current module types. Oh, maybe that was it. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I'm hoping there should be more exploding than that. But clearly not for the simple stuff. Simple. A simple implementation of floats. Okay, memory. Good point. So that's a local variable, but everything else needs to be saying current module, which is at least making it a lot clearer where we're interacting with the current module. Okay, so that should be all the memory. Why don't I just, instead of, the other ones are going to be, what have we fixed so far? Functions, types, memory. So tables and globals are also going to need this treatment, right? So rather than laboriously okay, I think that was the only one. What about globals? Okay. All right. Well, if I'm lucky, that's everything. Am I lucky, though? So this will be something like introduce module class in interpreter. Oops. Functions. Okay, let's find all of the uses of functions. So it's current module.functions, current module. Yeah, I mean, just because these didn't raise exceptions before does not mean that they're not real. I think that might be it, though. Come on, I really want to hit enter. Come on, floating point numbers. This is definitely the slowest part of the test suite. If I could get my floating point number implementation to be nice and fast, then that would be great. Or I think maybe it's potentially just the parser because those files are quite large. I don't know. Haven't done any performance work yet. Okay, that's all looking good. All right. Okay. All right, I think that's good. Great. Okay. All right, well, that was exactly what this was asking me to do, so I'll do that. So I don't really have a... Oh, that would be nice. I just saw this one. Guess wasm spec path is if unset. I'm always relying on my, my shell history to set that correctly. It'd be really nice if I could just do that. I mean, that's such a small thing, but it's been on this list for absolutely ages. Why don't we make it work? So here we set wasminna path. How do I... It's like -z. True if the length of string is 0. Yeah. So yeah, sorry, what I'm thinking about here is how do I write a conditional to check to see whether this is unset? And the temptation is to use this conditional expression like if. I'm already... Yeah, I've already got some conditions here. So this would just be a question of like if... What is it? -z, and then I would need to... Is this right? Wasm spec path. I think that'll tell me if that... I've sort of forgotten how conditional syntax works. So I'm just looking at this. Yeah, phi. Yeah, okay. Whereas if I do provide it, there's no oh no. So I think that's good enough for me. To just check to see whether that string is empty. I don't know if that's the right way of doing it, but that's how I'm going to do it. So let's say in that situation, we want to set the spec path to be, and again, I want to just try and make sure that the quoting doesn't go too... So I've already established, like what I want to default it to is where it currently is, which is like the parent directory, and it's going to be called spec. Is that the right way to do that? Maybe. Anyway, the point is, does that work? Okay, that's cool. I think it would be good. Well, firstly, let's can I put this in like shell check? I don't think I've ever checked this. Is this, how does this work? Oh, I had to wait ages. Okay. Shell check output. Double quote to prevent globbing and word splitting. Okay, so that's actually not anything to do with what I was just doing. So why is it only complaining about... Why isn't it complaining about this one? That's a mystery. I mean, I'm sure there's a good reason for that, but I do not know what it is. Anyway, the point is it seems happy with what I've done up here, and I mean, looking at it now, that's just how I've concatenated paths in all the rest of it, so unsurprisingly that is fine. So I'm just thinking about, like, what do I want to print out? Let's print something like no wasm spec path set guessing and then so this needs %s. Oh, and I need a new line. Okay. I mean, I think that's the reason I want to do that. Sorry, I didn't say this out loud, but what I was thinking was this now makes it more likely that someone who cloned this repo would be able to just run this shell script and have it succeed, but the fact that it's just guessing at the location of the wasm spec is the one thing that makes it a little dodgy. So I think having that, if it does fail, you know, then at least the information that this is making a guess. I mean, I guess you can see it here, but this, well, this would be a little more, what's the right syntax here? If I was to, what color would I like this to be in? I was just thinking. Maybe yellow? No wasm spec, and then I have to reset it back to 0, \e square bracket 0m new line. Okay, so I mean, I am happy to ignore this if I see it in my output, but I think if you were in this situation where it fails like this, then at least this is giving you a clue. Let me. Yeah, I really like that. I mean, that's a very small quality of life improvement, but I quite like it. Okay. Oh, whoops. That should have gone into the previous commit. Very sloppy. I'm glad I spotted that. Okay, so this is guess wasm spec path in test script if unset. Okay, done. I'm not gonna disable color output for pending tests. I mean, in fact, pending tests have turned out to be less useful than I thought they would be. I guess the point at which pending test was really helpful was when I would be stuck on one test file for a really long time. You know, when I was trying to get floats working, it would have been very painful. Well, it was just convenient to be able to keep it in the test script, even though I knew it was failing, because each time a little bit more of it would run, like over the course of several streams, a little bit more of it would pass each time, and it was nice having it in the test script and included in the GitHub output and all that kind of stuff. Whereas now, at the moment, the character of it is more like the first time I try to run it, it's totally broken because the parser can't even parse it, and then I make the parser parse it, and then I put a little bit in the interpreter, and then the whole thing passes. So things aren't tending to live in the pending test for very long. So at the moment, I'm not really feeling the pain of... I know why I put this here. It was like so that I don't get confused by seeing red in the terminal. Confused/frightened. But I haven't been confused or frightened by red in the terminal for quite a long time now, so I'm actually kind of happy to just leave that alone. I think maybe... Oh, look. Why is memory an instance variable? Why is function just a local? I think I'm missing some kind of context object, but I don't know what to call it. Well, that's the module now. I think there are probably more context objects to be discovered, but that's the one that I was talking about in that specific case. Yeah, this breakout into separate files. I mean, I'm starting to get a little bit sleepy, but I wonder if, with my sleepy brain, if I could get away with pulling stuff out into separate files. For example, this interpreter class tried and failed several times to select that in a clever way with Vim, so I think I'm just going to have to do it in a simple way instead. I was just visually checking that that was really the only class definition there. Like, if I just did that, and then I started, like, what would happen if I just started making a lib folder and putting stuff into it? Like, how bad could that be? I mean, maybe I'm jumping ahead slightly there. What would happen if I just made a lib folder and I moved most of this stuff into it? Git move star.rb lib. Okay, well that's something. I mean, that wasminna.rb doesn't completely belong there because this is sort of the runner. So I'll leave that here for now. What does that do to my ability to run? Right. Right you are. So all of these places where I'm saying -i, oh, it's only 3 of them. Okay. Because really, they just all need to be /lib now, right? And that I think will make everything work. Oh, no. Because it's trying to run the unit tests. Yes. Well, I guess it was here, right? Oh, but they should go in a test folder. Yeah, I'll leave those alone. Okay. So back out of that. It's just all of that stuff that's going into lib. So now, okay. Well, I'll run that in the what I now consider to be the correct tab. But so that's a nice small change, right? Is like move all of the implementation, or at least all of the standalone implementation. Well, actually, hold on. Sorry, I know I'm jumping around a lot here, but I'm trying to think about like what's the order of operations here. I think what I should do is just extract that interpreter, which is, I know what I started doing in the first place. But I should just put it into interpreter.rb. Now, oops. So obviously this should now require interpreter. Now, I think maybe all of these requires belong in the interpreter. Oh no, hold on. This does S-expression parser and AST parser. Yeah. Why those weren't in alphabetical order, I don't know, but they weren't. So is that right? No one's referencing AST parser in there. Nobody's referencing S-expression parser in there. So I think that's the correct separation of requires, is that this thing just does this. And I mean, really, this def main is no longer needed. And then this requires AST, float, helpers, and sign. Okay, so does it still work? Because this is just... Oh, well... I know why they're not in alphabetical order, because I just added that one. So that explains it. Okay. All right. Well, I think that's quite good. Does it work? Yes. Okay. So this is extract interpreter class into its own file. Okay. I'm going to get rid of this because this is not doing anything. And also, what's the point of this conditional? I don't know why I've got unless argv is empty. Under what other circumstances would I be? Is there like a unit test that requires this file? Let's just see what happens if I remove all of that sort of ceremony. Because if it's not doing anything, I'd rather just not have it there. It doesn't seem to have been doing anything. Maybe at one point I needed... Yeah, this file is... a lot has happened in this file, and I think maybe this was where floats were implemented and probably where the S-expression parser was implemented. So I suspect that in the past, this file has been required by other files in order to define the parser or floats or whatever, but those have all been moved out now. So I'll try and say that in the commit message. Neither the main method nor the nor the argv check are necessary anymore. The former because there's no other code in the file, and the latter because nobody tries to require this file anymore. Let's say the main method and the argv check are no longer necessary. The former because there's no other code left in the file. I'm trying to get the temporal component of this consistent. The main method and the argv check are no longer necessary. The former because there's no other code left in the file. The latter because nobody tries to require this file anymore. I think that's good enough. Maybe I could, because this actually does something specific now. Like this was called wasminna just because it didn't, it was just a catch-all, this started off as being like, yeah, this actually had sort of inline. Yeah, of course, this had, this is a blast from the past. So this had like a main method. Oh, it started off as wasm.rb, right? So that was before. Oh, well, that's not very helpful. Yeah, it started off as this sort of mishmash of stuff, and then it's kind of taken on lots of identities over the months that I've been working on this. But yeah, now it is like the test script runner. So maybe I should just call it like, run script or something. And then I need to fix up test.rb. Let's do this just to keep things safe. Maybe I could call it It's like run wast. Yeah, I think I prefer that. Okay, is that still okay? No, because I missed one. Did I just not save something? Yeah. Okay. So this is rename wasminna.rb to run wast.rb. And let's say this file has had many purposes over its lifetime, but it's now only used for one thing, executing the star.wast test files. Okay, great. I mean, that already makes me feel better. So now, well, God knows what's going to happen now. Oh, that wasn't too bad. So I guess this is just where I have to change those paths. Yes, so we want /lib here. I think that's it. Again, this just wants, oops. This just wants /lib. And then I think that's it. Everything else has just been moved into lib. Cannot load such file interpreter. Oh, because I need to move git move interpreter.rb into lib. Yes, of course, I forgot that I had a new file. Okay. Okay, that is looking good. So let's say something like move implementation files into lib. And then I think I want to do the same with the test files. So git move *_test.rb test. Oh, it's going to be a little bit annoying that now I'm not going to be able to tab complete the test, but that's okay. So now here, this is going to need to be test/file, I think. In fact, now it could just be globbing the contents of that test directory, but I'll try not to get too distracted by that possibility. Yeah, there we go. I mean, those unit tests have turned out to be pretty short-lived in terms of how many of them I've written. It was really helpful when I was working on, well, stuff that needed unit testing, which was the S-expression parser and the floats. But then since then, because as I've excused many times, given that the files that we are executing in these, given that the WAST files really do contain unit tests, there's by the time I'd bootstrapped my ability to execute them, I'd sort of lost interest in writing my own unit tests, since executing unit tests is the entire purpose of this project at this point. So what's this? Move test files into test. that's not going to change. Okay, so I guess now the temptation is to start introducing some, because this is still not in a very conventional layout for a Ruby project. It would be more conventional if I had, well, really, if all of these were in some kind of wasminna namespace, and if they were all in a directory that corresponded to that. How do I feel about that? I think maybe I'll just do it. I'll just pull the band-aid off. I thought that Git would at least try, but it didn't. Okay, so that's moved all of them into, I mean, I can definitely do this in pieces, right? I can well, let's just look at them. In fact, I can just find all the requires. So this needs to be, those are all just going to need to specify the directory. Same here. Same there. Same here. Okay, so that wasn't too bad. He says, without knowing whether it worked. Okay, so, you know, I haven't changed anything in the test. This time, I haven't changed anything about the include, about the load path, sorry. Because it's always a capital I. I'm like, I? What does that stand for? Oh yeah, load. So I haven't changed the load path, but what I have done is changed all of these requires to talk about this sort of wasminna directory. Really, what I would like is for all of those constants to be in a namespace now. So I can do that next. But let's say, did I say move implementation files into lib wasminna, and then I'll say in preparation for putting all of their constants into a wasminna namespace. Okay. Don't need to worry about some of these anymore. Well, actually, those are all the files that I do need to worry about, aren't they? I don't know why I just closed all of those. Let's just go through them one by one. So, because of course this is kind of conventional that you'd expect if you require, you know, if you've got a wasminna/ast.rb on your load path, you would expect that when you require that, or at least Zeitwerk would expect that when you require it, it's going to define a module called, well, I mean, wasminna::ast. I actually don't know what the case conventions are for this. In Rails, you can configure the inflector to know about this. I expect Zeitwerk lets you configure the inflector. I'm not going to use Zeitwerk, it doesn't matter, but I'm just, the reason I mention it is because it's, you know, conventional. Now, see, the temptation is to find all the references to the AST constant and fix them up, like to prefix them with, you know, like that. But I think maybe that would be counterproductive, because I can just do this for all of them simultaneously, and then all of the references to constants inside this module are going to preferentially look in the wasminna namespace anyway. So I think I'm just going to, it would be cutting off my nose to spite my face to do this piecemeal. I should just do it all in one. Okay. I don't know why Vim is failing to syntax highlight that. I don't think I've done anything silly. Yeah, I don't know. Vim's just got confused. Okay, float. See, this was already in this wasminna namespace, so that's good. That means I don't have to do anything. Oh yeah, of course, because it's called float. That's why I put it in the namespace, was so that it could be called float and not like floater or floaty or bloat or gloat, or that's all I got. So yeah, I don't have to do anything with that, which is cool. Helpers, module wasminna. Okay, interpreter. Easy. I mean, these are all going to be equally easy. It's literally the same. If I was good at Vim, I would have already recorded a macro to do this, but I'm not. Case in point. I have really confused. Oh, the reason Vim's really confused is because I don't think it knows about endless method definitions or something. Yeah, I haven't done anything silly. So that was the last one. Do I need to tell anyone about this? Yes. I have to tell the unit tests. I mean, obviously I could put this in a module, but apparently I've decided not to. Float test. This must already be, yeah, it's already referring to them like that because they've always been named that way. Oh, hubris. Sign. Well, quite right. I mean, obviously I could have saved myself a bunch of pain here by putting all of this inside a module, but that was clearly not my priority. What's going on? I'm confused. Oh, run.wast. Okay. Run wast.rb. That's why I'm confused. It's because I wasn't paying attention. Obviously, all of these are going to require this. All right. Okay, so a little bit fixing up required, but that's okay. What did I say? Move all implementation constants into a wasminna namespace. This is consistent with the Ruby convention for mapping file paths, mapping between file paths and constant names, e.g. it's what siteverk expects. Okay. Ruby. Maybe I can add a citation for this. Okay. So this says break wasminna float out into separate files. I suppose I do have to make a decision about how fine-grained I want these files to be. But I can understand the idea that this file is too big. Let's see what happens. Like if I take format out, wasminna float format, make directory lib wasminna float, and then edit lib wasminna float format.rb, and then module wasminna module float. How badly does this break? I mean, I can see it's trying to refer to sign, so that's a problem. Oh, I don't like having all of these open. Let's start again. Format.rb. Okay. So is the problem... Okay, all right. Fine. So let's see, what was it using from here? Helpers. So it needs helpers. I think it needs sign. This is still using helpers. This is still using sign. Okay. That seems all right. So I think I will do this. I think for these individual float, just because this file is really long, I think I am just going to break these out, and also it's relatively mindless and I'm relatively sleepy. So I'll just get it done, and then things are a bit tidier. I mean, this is a slightly mixed blessing in that it means now we have to jump around between more files, but that's more normal for a Ruby project. I think the thing where I've had one massive file open and I'm just jumping all over the place inside it is, well, both less normal and also less easy. You know, like in Vim, it's much easier for me to have multiple buffers open that each maintain their own like cursor position, and you know, selection state and stuff like that. And I'm sure the same is true of people who use other editors as well. So overall, I think this is a win, even if it's slightly annoying. So how did I phrase this before? Extract wasminna float format class into its own file. Is that indeed what it was called? Yes. I'll leave all of the module functions alone for now. Some of these constants might be a little bit tricky, but let's see what happens. And also some of the this one refinement might be needed elsewhere. I can see that it's being used here. We'll find out. So naively, what happens if I try to move nan out? So lib wasminna float nan.rb. There we go. Easy. What could go wrong? Oh, it don't work. Yeah, obviously I need to, at the very least, I need to require it, but I suspect that more than that is going to be required. I mean, who uses format? It's not used in here, is it? So hold on. Who cares about the format constant? The AST parser does. So this, I think for right now, I'm going to be fairly strict about this. Am I? Yeah, I think for now, I'm going to be strict about it and say we just require things where they're needed. And I may come to regret this, in which case I'll change it. But, you know, I suppose the reason I'm hesitating is that I think at some point I'm going to want to make a decision about like, well, this wasminna/float is like a self-contained thing and you should just be able to require it. And you get, you know, 0 and you get finite and you get format. But I think I want to make space for myself to think about that. And I think the best way for me to create that space is to do what I'm doing here, which is just to require things at the point of use. And then that will give me a more coherent picture of like, well, what is used where? And then that will give me an incentive to say like, well, look, it's silly. All these places are requiring these 5 files together. Those should just be consolidated into a single require. But I sort of want to get there first. Okay, so it was the AST parser. interpreter. Okay. So hopefully if I grep for format, I'll find AST parser, interpreter, float test, and hopefully if I grep for float format, I'll find AST parser, interpreter, float test. Okay, so I think that that's going to work now. Yeah, that's looking good. Okay. So I'm just going to write that. For now, I'm going to be very conservative and stick to calling require in every file and only in every file which uses the wasminna float format constant, and only those files. In future, I expect I'll want to consolidate multiple require calls which always appear together, but I'll only discover which groups of calls are worth consolidating by first creating them. Okay, so now okay, what is the problem? It's this. Yes, we do not need float format, but we do need, well, he says, yes, we do need nan here. And I kind of, well, do I want to be completely strict about this? You know, the question is, should I explicitly, because I think probably now it's fine. Oh, no. Hold on. Let me get it working first. So this needs require wasminna helpers mask. Why is that not working? Oh, it's just, okay. Of course, it's just wasminna helpers that I need to require. Again, arguably it should be, that should be broken out into its own file, but I don't necessarily have to go that fine-grained, because each of those modules has literally just got a single method in it. So maybe it's fine for them to all just live in helpers. But as you can see, I was confused about what to require, so it's not perfect. Yeah, so what I was saying was that, you know, I've moved this out. I've required it in float because float does refer to it. And unless I move these module functions somewhere else, it's going to continue to need them because of, you know, things like this. But there's also, there are places, I guess it's just the interpreter. The interpreter is getting that require for free. It's getting it transitively by requiring, presumably, wasminna float. And so the question is, should I be, I think maybe I will. Should I be like totally letter of the law about this, but I think I am going to for the reason I just previously said in that commit message. Like, I want to try and keep track of where these are used. And then, yeah, and then decide to consolidate afterwards. And the reason I'm hesitating is because I'll almost certainly miss some of them, and that's annoying, but at least I can try. So what's this? Extract wasminna float nan class into its own file. Oh, that is where I am. Okay. Okay, what's the next one? So nan didn't need any regular expressions or anything. Oops, hold on. There's a blank line. Which is a little surprising, but maybe it shouldn't be, because these things don't, at the moment, they don't have the responsibility of parsing. So it's actually just this parse method. Like, arguably, this could all be broken up into, this could be parceled out into those classes. They could each have a parse method that either, raises an exception or returns nil if it can't parse it, and then this parse method would instead consist of trying those in order rather than having this big conditional up here. But that's a pointless problem for another day. So lib wasminna float infinity.rb module wasminna module float. It's not infinity, is it? It's infinite. It's because I was reading this infinity. It did me wrong. So let's name that properly. Infinite. And then this needs to require infinite. I believe that I comes before n, so I'll put those in order. Who else is referring to infinite? Nobody. Great. Then this is going to work. Apparently so. Yeah, so that was simple. So this is now infinite. Yeah, that's all fine. So now there should just be 0 and finite. So let's do 0. Lib wasminna float 0.rb module wasminna module floats 0. Okay, again, this doesn't seem to actually. I'm confused about how this is working, because this multiply float infinity by sign. Oh, no. Yes, okay, so that uses the coercion Okay, yes. Okay. I was briefly confused about how that was working, but it's using the coercion. Like, I was confused about this refinement. But of course, it's not using refinement, it's using the coercion protocol, so that's fine. It's only the place where we're trying to send the sign message to a float or to a rational do we need to activate the refinement, but we're not doing that here. Or indeed here. So it looks like float test is referring to this one. So we'll be thorough about that. Oh yeah, and this is also referring to Finite. Fair enough. It's a unit test. Okay, does this all work? Oh, hold on. Float warning, previous definition of 0 was here. Did I forget to delete it? Hold on, what's going on? So I deleted 0. Haven't required it. So required 0, deleted it. Defined 0, required 0. Okay, well, whatever silly mistake I made that I'm too sleepy to notice has now been unmade. I probably just didn't save something, or something worse happened. Either way, I'm fine with it. 0. Okay, so now it's just the Finite. So this one's a little bit longer. Oh, I forgot about approximation. Does that live inside this? No, it's separate. Okay. It probably should be part of Finite, though. Damn. I'm going to move this with it. Even though I haven't really thought about whether that's the right thing to do or not. So finite.rb, module. I can see that this is going to require wasminna helpers. It's going to require float 0 and float infinite. What other constants are there in here? So we're defining approximation here, sort of locally, which isn't great. I'd like it to be more private than that, but that's fine for now. I mean, I wonder whether, yeah, I really wonder whether approximation should be, if I made this a real namespace, because at the moment there's no module here, so anything that any constants that I declare inside here are just under float. But if I made this class finite subclass is data defined rational, then I could move approximation inside it so it wouldn't appear at the level of wasminna float. But I'm not too worried about that. Let's just do the mechanical transformation for now. So it's just float.rb. Yep, I do understand how alphabetical order works. That's a relief. So that's just move that whole thing out. 0, infinite. I can't see any other constants in here. Helpers. And is there anywhere that I'm expecting? Ah, look. Here I'm expecting to call sign on a rational, so I think I probably need to activate the refinement. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so where do I want to do this? Just do it here. Is that too gauche? Like normally I try and put it close to where I'm using it, but that is pretty close. Oh yes. Okay, that's looking good. So this is finite. And I'll say approximation is really part. The approximation class is part of the finite internals. So I've moved that to, it should probably be hidden inside the finite namespace. I just remembered. I'm sorry, I don't know why I remember this. I just remembered earlier I said this, but I may fix that in the next commit. And actually, I didn't fix that in the next commit. So before I forget, I'm just gonna, because there's no value there. And enforces the absence of a symbolic identifier. That was the problem, right? Not just that it has a different return type, but like its semantics are different with respect to syntax errors. Okay, sorry. I'm back in the game now. Wasminna float finite class. And I think we found. Well, did we even look? No, so I need a float test as previously established. Reference is finite. Okay. The reason I remembered that is because I was writing this commit message. It was like, in the next commit, I might move that inside it. And then I was like, oh, hold on, I did this before. And I don't think I actually did do the thing that I said that I might do. Let's make this, let's make this class finite is a subclass of data define. And then let's move approximation into here. So if this is, well, what have I done wrong? I have left the do in. Now, how useful was the error message here? Unmatched keyword, missing end. That's not quite right, is it? It was a unnecessary do rather than a missing end, but I suppose it's difficult to tell the difference. But syntactically, you're not allowed to have a do in that position, so. Well, that's not true, is it? Like, that makes the rest of this, yeah, it's more complicated because it makes the rest of this a block argument to data define, whereas what I wanted it to be is the body of class. So yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So does this now work? Okay, that's looking okay. So this is something like move approximation into wasminna float finite namespace. I mean, this is looking fine, isn't it? So let's say it's an implementation detail of finite, so there's no reason for it to be visible inside the parent namespace. Okay. So arguably that's the end of that. I have broken wasminna float out into separate files. I mean, I've done other stuff as well. But I've certainly begun the process of, now if we look at the output of tree, it's now quite a lot better organized. I mean, yeah, I mean, I could organize it more. Certainly interpreter has got memory and module, potentially other stuff that could be broken out of it. Goodness knows what classes I might have defined further down here. Although this does make me realize, yeah, maybe a final thing to do is to look for places where there's sort of there are sort of unnecessary prefixes, I guess. Let's have a look. Because now that I've moved things into namespaces, yeah, I mean, this is a good example, right? We don't need this prefix anymore. I mean, let me just check that that's true, but I think it's true. Yeah, that seems fine. I guess the question is it misleading? But I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Like, I'll never want to be dealing with Ruby floats. Well, at the moment it feels like, you know, part of the... I should just do this. You know, part of the advantage of putting this stuff in a namespace is that you don't have to do that. You know, if I'm inside the wasminna module, I don't need to qualify any of my references to other constants inside that module. Okay, that's fine, because for better or worse, I haven't chosen to wrap that in a module. Likewise for all of these, of which there are apparently many. Oh. That is perhaps all of them. Yeah, okay. So it's just in those sort of clients of it. So the WAST runner, the float unit tests, and the S expression unit tests. So it was really just a few isolated, it was in the AST parser. It was basically all of these occurrences of float, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Because before, these classes were not inside the wasminna namespace, and so they did need to fully qualify it, because if they just said float, they would just get the Ruby float class. Okay. So let's say refer to wasminna float as just float inside AST parser and interpreter. These classes were previously not inside the wasminna namespace, so they needed to fully qualify their references to wasminna float to avoid getting Ruby's float class instead, but this is no longer necessary. Okay, well, there's definitely lots of other bits and bobs in here that I could improve, but I think I've dealt with the worst of it. I mean, it's tempting to carry on. I mean, I can't carry on right now, I'm too tired. Maybe next time I will carry on, and there's lots of little tasty low-hanging fruit here that are easy to do, and they'll be quick, and I'll get to tick more boxes, so that'll make me feel good. I've just sort of run out of time and alertness to actually do that. So for now, why don't I do the traditional celebration of pushing my commits up to GitHub. And hopefully seeing the build pass. Let's see. Right, so because, yeah, I do explicitly provide a wasminna path, of course. Like the wasm spec path has always been provided here. So even though it could use the default, you know, that would cause it to emit a warning, and so I'm happy to leave the GitHub action like it is, but being able to omit it on the command line and just see a line of yellow text for my trouble is absolutely fine as far as I'm concerned. I mean, this looks like it's succeeded, so if I just reload it... Oh no. Okay, it's still spinning. I don't know why. Okay, there we go. Great. All right. Well, in that case, that means that we've had all the fun, all the fun that could possibly be had has now been had. So, you know, I didn't make mind-blowing progress from a WebAssembly point of view. Although, you know, the refactoring to clean up the block and, the branch and the return handlers was actually, I think that has actually deepened my understanding of what's going on there. Although, unfortunately, I got snagged on that. Getting back to that issue about how the identifier context gets preserved when we're looking at a function definition going into the body of the function, I think, yeah, either the spec is deficient there or my brain is deficient, and I know which is more likely. But maybe I need to open another issue there. But yeah, I mean, all of that tidying up and moving files around and stuff is a bit janitorial and not particularly interesting. So I'm sorry that if you're still watching, I'm sorry that you had to see me do that because it wasn't very exciting. But that was what I wanted to do, right? I wanted to do a sort of, if not a spring clean, then a January clean to kind of try and get some of that stuff, get some of the dust shaken off some of those files that I haven't touched in ages, and just iron out some of the weird bits and pieces. And I feel like I've done that now. So that's really good. I might come back and nibble away at some more of those little tasks next time, especially the ones that have just been sat there for ages, and that, you know, Chris Patuzzo suggested a good thing, and Chris Zetter and Afuk have all suggested good things, and I just haven't had time to deal with them yet. So it would be nice to deal with them. So yeah, maybe next time a little bit more nibbling around the edges, but that's enough for me. So I will say bye, and as always, I'll say thank you so much for watching. I'm turning into James Hoffman by mistake, but I didn't mean to. It is true though. As always, I'm really grateful that you're watching this. So thanks for watching it. Thanks for sticking with this through many hours and now 25 parts. Hopefully the next time we'll have some slightly more interesting and meaty WebAssembly stuff, and not just me arguing with myself about the names of, you know, local variables and methods and things like that. So yeah, something to look forward to. I'll see you then. Bye bye.